Union's leading noblemen sitting where the audience would be on a great half-circle of banked benches with an aisle down the center. As in the theatre, some seats were better than others. The least important sat high up at the back, and the occupant's significance increased as you came forward. The front row was reserved for the heads of the very greatest families, or whoever they sent in their stead. Representatives from the south, from Degosca and Westport, were on the left, nearest to Giselle. On the far right were those from the north and west, from Angland and Starrickland. The bulk of the seating in between was for the old nobility of Midderland, the heart of the Union. The Union proper, as they would have seen it, as Giselle saw it too, for that matter. What poise, what grace! Gjallarhorn was rhapsodizing. That wonderful fair hair, that milky white skin, those fantastic blue eyes. And all of that money. Well, yes, that too, smiled the big man. Caspar says his uncle is even richer than his father. Imagine that! And he is just the one child. She will inherit every mark of it. Every mark! Gjallarhorn could scarcely contain his excitement. It's a lucky man that can bag her. What was her name again? Aris, said Giselle sourly. The lords, or their proxies, had all shuffled and grumbled their way to their seats. It was a poor attendance. The benches were less than half full. That was about as full as it ever got. If the Lord's Round really had been a theatre, its owners would have been desperately in search of a new play. Aris, Aris. Gjallarhorn smacked his lips as though the name left a sweet taste. It's a lucky man that gets her. Yes, indeed, a lucky man. Providing he prefers cash to conversation, that is. Giselle thought he might have preferred to marry the governess. At least she had seemed to have a bit of backbone. The Lord Chamberlain had entered the hall now and was making his way towards the dais on which the high table stood, just about where the stage would have been, had the round been a theatre. He was followed by a gaggle of black-gowned secretaries and clerks, each man more or less encumbered with heavy books and sheaves of official-looking papers. With his crimson robes of state flapping behind him, Lord Hoff looked like nothing so much as a rare and stately gliding bird, pursued by a flock of troublesome crows. Here comes old Vinegar, whispered Gjallarhorn, as he sidled off to find his place on the other side of the table. Giselle put his hands behind his back and struck the usual pose, feet a little spread, chin high in the air. He swept an eye over the soldiers, regularly spaced around the curved wall, but each man was motionless and perfectly presented in full armor, as always. He took a deep breath and prepared himself for several hours of the most extreme tedium. The Lord Chamberlain threw himself into his tall chair and called for wine. The secretaries took their places around him, leaving a space in the center for the king, who was absent as usual. Documents were rustled, great ledgers were heaved open, pens were sharpened and rattled in inkwells. The announcer walked to the end of the table and struck his staff of office on the floor for order. The whispering of the noblemen and their proxies, and that of the few attendees in the public gallery over their heads, gradually died down, leaving the vast chamber silent. The announcer puffed out his chest.
I call this meeting,
he said in slow and sonorous tones, as though he were giving the eulogy at a funeral.
What's up, everyone?
Of the Open Council of the Union.
He gave an unnecessarily long and significant pause. The Lord Chamberlain's eyes flicked angrily towards him, but the announcer was not to be robbed of his moment of glory. He made everyone wait an instant longer before finishing.
To order!
Thank you, said Hoff sourly. I believe we were about to hear from the Lord Governor of Degosca before we were interrupted by luncheon. The scratching nibs of quills accompanied his voice as two clerks recorded his every word. The faint echoes of the pens merged with the echoes of his words in the great space above. An elderly man struggled to his feet in the front row close to Giselle, some papers clasped before him in shaky hands.
The Open Council,
Groaned the announcer, as ponderously as he dared,
recognizes Rushdan Thule, accepted proxy of Sandan Worms, the Lord Governor of Dagoska.
Thank you, sir.
How's it going?
Thule's
Got any
cracking
Guild Wars
whiskey
fans?
voice was absurdly small in the vast
Or
space.
Joe
Barely
Abercrombie
carried
fans,
as far
maybe?
as Giselle, who was no more than 10 strides away.
My lords,
He began.
Speak up!
Called someone from the back. There was a ripple of laughter. The old man cleared his throat and tried again.
my lords, I come before you with an urgent message from the Lord Governor of Dagoska.
His voice had already faded to its original, barely audible level, each word accompanied by the persistent scratching of quills. Whispers began to emanate from the public gallery above, making it still harder to hear him.
The threat posed to that great city by the Emperor of Gurkul increases with every passing day.
Vague sounds of disapproval began to float up from the far side of the room where the representatives from Angland were seated, but the bulk of the councillors simply looked bored.
Tax on shipping, harassment of traders, and demonstrations beyond our walls have compelled the Lord Governor to send me.
Luckios!
Someone shouted. There was another wave of laughter, slightly louder this time.
The city is built on but a narrow peninsula.
Persisted the old man, straining to make himself heard over the increasing background noise.
Attached to a land controlled entirely by our bitter enemies, the Gurkish, and separated from Midland by wide leagues of salt water. Our defenses are not all they might be. The Lord Governor is sorely in need of more funds.
The mention of funds brought instant uproar from the assembly. Thule's mouth was still moving, but there was no chance of hearing him now. The Lord Chamberlain frowned and took a swallow from his goblet. The clerk furthest from Giselle had laid down his quill and was rubbing his eyes with his inky thumb and forefinger. The clerk closest had just finished writing a line. Giselle craned forward to see. It said simply, "Some shouting here." The announcer thumped his staff on the tiles with a look of great self-satisfaction. The hubbub eventually died down, but Thule had now been taken with a coughing fit. He tried to speak, but was unable, and eventually he waved his hand and sat down, very red in the face, while his neighbour thumped him on the back. "If I may, Lord Chamberlain," shouted a fashionable young man in the front row on the other side of the hall, leaping to his feet. The scratching of the quills began once again. "It seems to me—"
The Open Council,
cut in the announcer,
recognizes Herschel Dan Mead, third son and accepted proxy of Fedor Dan Mead, the Lord Governor of Angland.
"It seems to me," continued the handsome young man, slightly annoyed by this interruption, "that our friends in the south are forever expecting a full-scale attack by the Emperor." Dissenting voices were now raised on the other side of the room. "An attack which never materializes. Did we not defeat the Gurkish only a few short years ago, or does my memory deceive me?" The booing increased in volume. "This scaremongering represents an unacceptable drain on the Union's resources." He was shouting to be heard. "In Angland, we have many miles of border and too few soldiers, while the threat from Bethod and his Northmen is very real. If anyone is in need of funds—" The shouting was instantly redoubled. Cries of "Hear, hear," "Nonsense," "True," and "Lies" could be vaguely made out over the hubbub. Several of the representatives were on their feet shouting. Some vigorously nodded their agreement. Some violently shook their heads in dissent. Others yawned and stared around. Giselle could see one fellow, near to the back in the center, who was almost certainly asleep, with imminent danger of slumping into his neighbor's lap. He allowed his eyes to wander up over the faces ranged around the rail of the public gallery. He felt a strange tugging in his chest. R.D. West was up there, looking straight down at him. As their eyes met, he smiled and waved. He was smiling himself, with his arm halfway up to wave, when he remembered where he was. He pushed his arm behind his back and looked around nervously, but was relieved to find that no one important had noticed his mistake. The smile would not quite leave his face, though.
My lords!
Roared the Lord Chamberlain, smashing his empty goblet down on the high table. He had the loudest voice Jezal had ever heard. Even Marshal Varuz could have learned a thing or two about shouting from off. The sleeping man near the back started up, sniffing and blinking. The noise died away almost immediately. Those representatives left standing looked around guiltily, like naughty children called to account, and gradually sat down. The whispers from the public gallery went still. Order was restored.
My lords, I can assure you the king has no more serious concern than the safety of his subjects, no matter where they are. The Union does not permit aggression against its people or property.
Hoff punctuated each comment by smashing his fist down in front of him.
From the Emperor of Gurkul, from these savages in the north, or from anyone else.
He struck the table so hard on this last comment that ink splashed from a well and ran all over one of the clerk's carefully prepared documents. Calls of agreement and support greeted the Lord Chamberlain's patriotic display.
As for the specific circumstance of Dagoska,
Thule looked up hopefully, chest still shaking with suppressed coughs.
Is that city not possessed of some of the most powerful and extensive defenses in the world? Did it not resist a siege by the Gurkish less than a decade ago for over a year? What has become of the walls, sir? The walls!
The great room fell quiet as everyone strained to hear the reply.
Lord Chamberlain,
Wheezed Thule, his voice nearly drowned out as one of the clerks turned the crackling page of his huge book and began scratching on the next.
the defenses have fallen into poor repairs, and we lack the soldiers to keep them properly manned. The Emperor is not ignorant of this.
He whispered, all but inaudible.
I beg of you.
He dissolved into another fit of coughing and dropped into his seat, accompanied by some light jeering from the Angland delegation. Hoff frowned even more deeply.
It was my understanding that the defenses of the city were to be maintained by monies raised locally and by trade levies upon the Honorable Guild of Spicers, who have operated in Dagoska under an exclusive and highly profitable license these past 7 years. If resources cannot be found even to maintain the walls,
and he swept the assembly with a dark eye,
perhaps it is time that this license was put out to tender.
There was a volley of angry mutterings around the public gallery.
In any case, the Crown can spare no extra monies at present.
Jeers of dissatisfaction came from the Dagoska side of the room, hints of agreement from the Angland side.
As for the specific circumstance of Angland,
thundered the Lord Chamberlain, turning towards Meade,
I believe we may shortly hear some good news for you to take back to your father, the Lord Governor.
A cloud of excited whisperings rose up into the gilded dome above. The handsome young man looked pleasantly surprised, as well he might. It was rare indeed that anyone took good news away from the open council, or news of any kind for that matter. Thule had got control of his lungs once more, and he opened his mouth to speak, but he was interrupted by a great beating on the huge door behind the high table. The lords looked up, surprised, expectant. The Lord Chamberlain smiled, in the manner of a magician who has just pulled off an exceptionally difficult trick. He signaled to the guards. Heavy iron bolts were drawn back, and the great inlaid doors creaked slowly open. 8 knights of the body, encased in glittering armor, faceless behind high-polished helmets, resplendent in purple cloaks marked on the back with a golden sun, stomped in unison down the steps and took their places to either side of the high table. They were closely followed by 4 trumpeters, who stepped smartly forward, raising their shining instruments to their lips, and blew an ear-splitting fanfare. Giselle gritted his rattling teeth and narrowed his eyes, but eventually the ringing echoes faded. The Lord Chamberlain turned angrily toward the announcer, who was staring at the new arrivals with his mouth open.
Well?
Hissed Hoff. The announcer jumped to life.
Yes, of course. My lords and ladies, I have the great honor to present...
He paused and took a huge breath.
His Imperial Highness, the King of Angland, of Starrickland, and of Midderland, the Protector of Westport and of Dagoska, His August Majesty Guslav V, High King of the Union.
There was a great rustling noise as every man and woman in the hall shifted from their seats and down onto one knee. The royal palanquin processed slowly through the doors, carried on the shoulders of 6 more faceless knights. The king was sitting in a gilded chair on top, propped up on rich cushions and swaying gently from side to side. He was staring about him with the startled expression of a man who went to sleep drunk and has woken up in an unfamiliar room. He looked awful, enormously fat, lolling like a great hill swathed in fur and red silk, head squashed into his shoulders by the weight of the great sparkling crown. His eyes were glassy and bulging, with huge dark bags hanging beneath, and the pink point of his tongue kept flicking nervously over his pale lips. He had great low jowls and a roll of fat around his neck. In fact, his whole face gave the appearance of having slightly melted and started to run down off his skull. Such was the High King of the Union, but Giselle bowed his head a little lower as the palanquin approached just the same.
No,
muttered His August Majesty, as though he had forgotten something.
please rise.
The rustling noise filled the hall again as everybody rose and returned to their seats. The king turned toward Hoff, brow deeply furrowed, and Giselle heard him say,
Why am I here?
"The Northmen, Your Majesty."
Oh, yes.
The king's eyes lit up. He paused.
What about them?
But the Lord Chamberlain was saved from replying by the opening of the doors on the opposite side of the hall, the ones through which Giselle had first entered. 2 strange men strode through and advanced down the aisle. One was a grizzled old warrior with a scar and a blind eye, carrying a flat wooden box. The other was cloaked and hooded, every feature hidden, and so big that he made the whole hall seem out of proportion. The benches, the tables, even the guards, all suddenly looked like small versions designed for the use of children. As he passed, a couple of the representatives closest to the aisle cringed and shuffled away. Giselle frowned to himself. This hooded giant did not have the look of good news, whatever Lord Hoff might say. Angry and suspicious mutterings filled the echoing dome as the 2 Northmen took their places on the tiled floor before the high table.
Your Majesty,
said the announcer, bowing so ridiculously low that he had to support himself with his staff.
the Open Council recognizes Fenris the Feared, the envoy of Bethod, King of the Northmen, and his translator, White-Eye Hansel.
The king was staring off happily towards one of the great windows in the curved wall, utterly oblivious, perhaps admiring the way the light shone through the beautiful stained glass. But he looked suddenly round, jowls vibrating, as the old half-blind warrior addressed him.
Your Majesty,
I bring brotherly greetings from my master Bethod, king of the Northmen.
The round had fallen very still, and the clerk's scratching nibs seemed absurdly loud. The old warrior nodded at the great hooded shape beside him with an awkward smile.
Fenris the Feared brings an offer from Bethod to yourself, from king to king, from the north to the Union. An offer and a gift.
And he raised the wooden box. The Lord Chamberlain gave a self-satisfied smirk.
Speak your offer first. It is an offer of peace, an endless peace between our two great nations.
White Eye bowed again. His manners were impeccable, Giselle had to admit. Not what one would expect from savages of the cold and distant north. His goodly speech would almost have been enough to put the room at ease, had it not been for the hooded man beside him, looming like a dark shadow. The king's face twitched into a weak smile at this mention of peace, however.
Good, he muttered. Excellent. Peace. Capital. Peace is good. He asks but one small thing in return,
said White Eye. The Lord Chamberlain's face had turned suddenly dour, but it was too late.
He has but to name it,
said the king, smiling indulgently. The hooded man stepped forward.
England.
How's it going?
Hissed. There was a moment of stillness. Then the hall exploded with noise. There was a gale of disbelieving laughter from the public gallery. Meade was on his feet, red-faced and screaming. Thule tottered up from his bench, then fell back coughing. Angry bellows were joined by hoots of derision. The king was staring about him with all the dignity of a startled rabbit. Giselle's eyes were fixed on the hooded man. He saw a great hand slip out from his sleeve and reach for the clasp on his cloak. He blinked in surprise. Was the hand blue, or was it just a trick of the light through the stained glass? The cloak dropped to the floor. Giselle swallowed, his heart thumping loud in his ears. It was like staring at a terrible wound. The more he was revolted, the less he could look away. The laughter died, the shouting died. The great space became terribly still once more. Fenris the Feared seemed larger yet without his cloak, towering over his cringing translator. Without any doubt, he was the biggest man that Giselle had ever seen, if man he was. His face was in constant, twisted, sneering motion. His bulging eyes twitched and blinked as they stared crazily around at the assembly. His thin lips smiled and grimaced and frowned by turns, never still. But all this seemed ordinary by comparison with his strangest feature. His whole left side, from head to toe, was covered in writing. Crabby runes were scrawled across the left half of his shaven head, across his eyelid, his lips, his scalp, his ear. His huge left arm was tattooed blue with tiny writing from bulging shoulder to the tips of his long fingers. Even his bare left foot was covered in strange letters. An enormous, inhuman, painted monster stood at the very heart of the Union's government. Giselle's jaw hung open. Around the high table, there were 14 knights of the body, each man a hard-trained fighter of good blood. There were perhaps 40 guardsmen of Giselle's own company around the walls, each one a seasoned veteran. They outnumbered these two Northmen more than 20 to 1, and were well armed with the best steel the king's armories could provide. Fenris the Feared carried no weapon. For all his size and strangeness, he should have been no threat to them. But Giselle did not feel safe. He felt alone, weak, helpless, and terribly afraid. His skin was tingling, his mouth was dry. He felt a sudden urge to run and hide and never come out again. And this strange effect was not limited to him, or even to those around the high table. Angry laughs turned to shocked gurgles, as the painted monster turned slowly around in the center of the circular floor, flickering eyes running over the crowd. Meade shrank back onto his bench, anger all leached out of him. A couple of worthies on the front row actually scrambled over the backs of their benches and into the row behind. Others looked away or covered their faces with their hands. One of the soldiers dropped his spear, and it clattered loudly to the floor. Fenris the Feared turned slowly to the high table, raising his great tattooed fist, opening his chasm of a mouth, a hideous spasm running over his face. "England!" he screamed, louder and more terrible by far than the Lord Chamberlain had ever been.
Thank you.
The echoes of his voice bounced off the domed ceiling high above, resounded from the curved walls, filling the great space with piercing sound. One of the knights at the body stumbled back and slipped, his armored leg clanking against the edge of the high table. The king shrank back and covered his face with his hand, one terrified eye staring out from between his fingers, crown teetering on his head. The quill of one of the clerks dropped from his nerveless fingers. The hand of the other moved across the paper by habit, while his mouth fell open, scrawling a messy word diagonally through the neat lines of script above. Angland. The Lord Chamberlain's face had turned waxy pale. He reached slowly for his goblet, raised it to his lips. It was empty. He placed it carefully back down on the table, but his hand was trembling, and the base rattled on the wood. He paused for a moment, breathing heavily through his nose.
Plainly, this offer is not acceptable.
That is unfortunate, said White-Eye Hansel. But there is still the gift. Every eye turned towards him. In the north, we have a tradition. On occasion, when there is bad blood between two clans, when there is the threat of war, champions come forward from each side to fight for all their people, so that the issue might be decided with only one death. He slowly opened the lid of the wooden box. There was a long knife inside, blade polished mirror bright. His greatness Bethod sends the Feared, not only as his envoy, but as his champion. He will fight for Angland, if any here will face him, and spare you a war you will not win. He held the box up to the painted monster. This is my master's gift to you, and there could be none richer. Your lives. Fenris's right hand darted out and snatched the knife from the box. He raised it high, blade flashing in the colored light from the great windows. The knights should have jumped forward. Giselle should have drawn his sword. All should have rushed to the defense of the king. But nobody moved. Every mouth was agape, every eye fastened on that glinting tooth of steel. The blade flashed down. Its point drove easily through skin and flesh until it was buried right to the hilt. The point emerged, dripping blood from the underside of Fenris's own tattooed left arm. His face twitched, but no more than usual. The blade moved grotesquely as he stretched out his fingers, raised his left arm high for all to see. The drops of blood made a steady patter on the floor of the Lord's Round. "Who will fight me?" he screamed, great cords of sinew bulging from his neck. His voice was almost painful to the ear. Utter silence. The announcer, who was closest to the Feared, already on his knees, swooned and collapsed on his face. Fenris turned his goggling eyes on the biggest knight before the table, a full head shorter than he was. "You?" he hissed. The unfortunate man's foot scraped on the floor as he backed away, no doubt wishing he had been born a dwarf. A puddle of dark blood spread across the floor beneath Fenris's elbow. "You?" he snarled at Fedor Dan Meade. The young man turned slightly grey, teeth rattling together, no doubt wishing he was someone else's son. Those blinking eyes swept across the ashen faces on the high table. Giselle's throat constricted as Fenris's eyes met his. You? Well,
oh, thank you.
I would.
Thank you.
But
Happy
I'm terribly
4th to you
busy
too.
this afternoon. Perhaps tomorrow? The voice
Stuck on
hardly
this
sounded
tough,
like
tough
his own.
mission right here.
He certainly hadn't meant to say any such thing. But who else's could it be? The words floated confidently, breezily up towards the gilded dome above. There was scattered laughter, a shout of bravo from
Totally
somewhere at the
style.
back. But the eyes of the feared did not leave Giselle's for an instant. He waited for the sounds to die, then his mouth twisted into a hideous leer. Tomorrow, then, he whispered. Giselle's guts gave a sudden, painful shift. The seriousness of the situation pressed itself upon him like a ton of rocks. Him? Fight that? No! It was the Lord Chamberlain. He was still pale, but his voice had regained much of its vigor. Giselle took heart and fought manfully for control of his bowels. No! Barked Hoff again. There will be no duel here. There is no issue to decide. Angland is a part of the Union by ancient law. White-Eye Hansel chuckled softly. Ancient law? Angland
You hear
is
me
part
okay?
of the North. 200
think my
years
mic
ago,
is-
there were Northmen there living
My
free.
mic's good. Yeah.
You wanted iron, so you crossed the sea and slaughtered them and stole their land. It must be, then, that most ancient of laws, that the strong take what they wish from the weak. His eyes
Keep
narrowed.
forgetting to use my-
We have that law also. Fenris the Feared ripped the knife from his arm. A few last drops of blood spattered onto the tiles, but that was all. There was no wound on the tattooed flesh, no mark at all. The knife clattered onto the tiles and lay there in the pool of blood at his feet. Fenris swept the assembly with his bulging, blinking, crazy eyes one last time. Then he turned and strode across the floor and up the aisle, lords and proxies scrambling away down their benches as he approached. White-Eye Hansel bowed low. Perhaps the time will come when you wish that you had accepted our offer or our gift. You will hear from us, he said quietly. Then he held up 3 fingers to the Lord Chamberlain. When it is time, we will send 3 signs. Send 300 if you wish, barked Hoff. But this pantomime is over. White-Eye Hansel nodded pleasantly. You will hear from us. And he turned and followed Fenris the Feared out of the Lord's Round. The great doors clapped shut. The quill of the nearest clerk scratched weakly against the paper. You will hear from us. Hersal Dan Mead turned towards the Lord Chamberlain, jaw locked tight, handsome features contorted with fury. And this is the good news you would have me convey to my father? He screamed. The open council erupted. Bellowing, shouting, abuse directed toward anyone and everyone, chaos of the worst kind. Hoff jumped up, chair toppling over behind him, mouthing angry words, but even he was drowned out by the uproar. Meade turned his back on him and stormed out. Other delegates from the Angland side of the room rose grimly and followed the son of their Lord Governor. Hoff stared after them, livid with anger, mouth working silently. Giselle watched the king slowly take his hand from his face and lean down towards his Lord Chamberlain. When are the Northmen getting here? He whispered.
Right.
Chapter 13. The King of the Northmen. Logan breathed in deep, enjoying the unfamiliar feel of the cool breeze on his fresh-shaved jaw, and took in the view. It was the beginning of a clear day. The dawn mist was almost gone, and from the balcony outside Logan's room, high up on the side of one of the towers of the library, you could see for miles. The great valley was spread out before him, split into stark layers. On top was the grey and puffy white of the cloudy sky. Then there was the ragged line of black crags that ringed the lake, and the dim brown suggestion of others beyond. Next came the dark green of the wooded slopes, then the thin, curving line of grey shingle on the beach. All was repeated in the still mirror of the lake below, another shadowy world upside down beneath his own. Logan looked down at his hands, fingers spread out on the weathered stone of the parapet. There was no dirt, no dried blood under his cracked fingernails. They looked pale, soft, pinkish, strange.
No?
Even the scabs and scrapes on his knuckles were mostly healed. It was so long since Logan had been clean that he'd forgotten what it felt like. His new clothes were coarse against his skin, robbed of its usual covering of dirt and grease and dry sweat. Looking out at the still lake, clean and well-fed, he felt a different man. For a moment, he wondered how this new Logan might turn out. But the bare stone of the parapet stared back at him where his missing finger used to be.
You're still here, Jeff. I
Could
think you
never
might
heal.
be
He was
the
9
top
fingers
Guild Wars
still,
1 fan I've
a
had.
bloody 9, and always would be. Unless he lost any more fingers. He did smell better, though. That had to be admitted. Did you sleep well, Master 9 Fingers? Wells was in the doorway, peering out onto the balcony. Like a baby. Logan didn't have the heart to tell the old servant that he'd slept outside. The first night he'd tried the bed, rolling and wriggling, unable to come to terms with the strange comfort of a mattress and the unfamiliar warmth of blankets. Next he'd tried the floor. That had been an improvement, but the air had still seemed close, flat, stale. The ceiling had hung over him, seeming to creep ever lower, threatening to crush him with the weight of stone above. It was only when he'd laid down on the hard flags of the balcony, with his old coat spread over him and just the clouds and the stars above, that sleep had come. Some habits are hard to break. You have a visitor, said Wells. Me? Malachus Quai's head appeared around the doorframe. His eyes were a little less sunken, the bags underneath them a little less dark. There was some color to his skin and some flesh on his bones. He no longer looked like a corpse, just gaunt and sick, as he had done when Logan first met him. He guessed that was about as healthy as Quai ever looked. Ah! Laughed Logan. You survived! The apprentice gave a series of tired nods as he shambled across the room. He was swathed in a thick blanket which trailed on the floor and made it difficult for him to walk properly. He shuffled out of the door to the balcony and stood there, sniffing and blinking in the chill morning air. Logan was more pleased to see him than he'd expected. He clapped him on the back like an old friend. That's a little too warm. The apprentice stumbled, blanket tangled round his feet, and would have fallen if Logan hadn't put out an arm to steady him. Still not quite in fighting shape, muttered Quai with a weak grin. You look a deal better than when I last saw you. So do you. You lost the beard, I see, and the smell, too. A few less scars and you'd look almost civilized. Logan held his hands up. Anything but that. Wells ducked through the doorway into the bright morning light. He had a roll of cloth and a knife in his hand. Could I see your arm, Master 9 Fingers? Logan had almost forgotten about the cut. There was no new blood on the bandage, and when he unwound it, there was a long red-brown scab underneath, running almost all the way from wrist to elbow, surrounded by fresh pink skin. It hardly hurt anymore, just itched. It crossed 2 other older scars. One, a jagged grey effort near his wrist. He thought he might have got in the duel with 3 trees all those years ago. Logan grimaced as he remembered the battering they'd given each other. The second scar, fainter, higher up, he wasn't sure about. Could have come from anywhere. Wells bent down and tested the flesh round the wound, while Quai peered cautiously over his shoulder.
It's mending well. You're a fast healer.
Lots of practice. Wells looked up at Logan's face, where the cut on his forehead had already faded to one more pink line.
I can see. Would it be foolish to advise you to avoid sharp objects in the future?
Logan laughed.
Believe it or not, I always did my best to avoid them in the past, but they seem to seek me out despite my efforts.
Well, said the old servant, cutting off a fresh length of cloth and winding it carefully around Logan's forearm,
I hope this is the last bandage you ever need.
So do I, said Logan, flexing his fingers. So do I. But he didn't think it would be.
Breakfast will be ready soon.
And Wells left the two of them alone on the balcony. They stood there in silence for a moment. Then the wind blew up cold from the valley. Quai shivered and pulled his blanket tight around him.
Out there, by the lake, you could have left me. I would have left me.
Logan frowned. Time was he'd have done it and never given it a second thought. But things change. I've left a lot of people in my time. Reckon I'm sick of that feeling. The apprentice pursed his lips and looked out at the valley, the woods, distant mountains.
I never saw a man killed before.
You're lucky.
You've seen a lot of death then?
Logan winced. In his youth, he would have loved to answer that very question. He could have bragged and boasted and listed the actions he'd been in and named men he'd killed. He couldn't say now when the pride had dried up. It had happened slowly, as the wars became bloodier, as the causes became excuses, as the friends went back to the mud, one by one. Logan rubbed at his ear, felt the big notch that Tol Duru's sword had made long ago. He could have stayed silent, but for some reason he felt the need to be honest. I've fought in 3 campaigns, he began, in 7 pitched battles, in countless raids and skirmishes and desperate defenses and bloody actions of every kind. I've fought in the driving snow, blasting wind, middle of the night. I've been fighting all my life, one enemy or another, one friend or another. I've known little else. I've seen men killed for a word, for a look, nothing at all. A woman tried to stab me once for killing her husband, and I threw her down a well. But that's far from the worst of it. Life used to be as cheap as dirt to me, cheaper. I've fought 10 single combats, and I won them all. But I fought on the wrong side, and for all the wrong reasons. I've been ruthless and brutal, and a coward. I've stabbed men in the back, burned them, drowned them, crushed them with rocks, killed them asleep, unarmed or running away. I've run away myself more than once. I've pissed myself with fear. I've begged for my life. I've been wounded often and badly, and screamed and cried like a baby whose mother took her tit away. I've no doubt the world would be a better place if I'd been killed years ago. But I haven't been, and I don't know why. He looked down at his hands, pink and clean on the stone. There are few men with more blood on their hands than me. None that I know of. The Bloody Nine, they call me, my enemies. But there's a lot of them. Always more enemies and fewer friends. Blood gets you nothing but more blood. It follows me now always like my shadow. And like my shadow, I can never be free of it. I should never be free of it. I've earned it. I've deserved it. I've sought it out. Such is my punishment. And that was all. Logan breathed a deep, ragged sigh and stared out at the lake. He couldn't bring himself to look at the man beside him, didn't want to see the expression on his face. Who wants to learn he's keeping company with the Bloody Nine? A man who's wrought more death than the plague, and with less regret. They could never be friends now, not with all those corpses between them. Then he felt Kwai's hand tap him on the shoulder.
Well, there it is,
he said, grinning from ear to ear.
but you saved me, and I'm right grateful for it.
I've saved a man this year and only killed 4. I'm born again. And they both laughed for a while, and it felt good. So, Malicus, I see you are back with us. They turned, Kwai stumbling on his blanket and looking a touch sick. The first of the Magi was standing in the doorway, dressed in a long white shirt with sleeves rolled up to the elbow. He still looked more like a butcher than a wizard to Logan.
Master Byers, I was just coming to see you,
stuttered Kwai. Indeed. How fortunate for us both, then, that I have come to you. The Magus stepped out onto the balcony. It occurs to me that a man who is well enough to talk and laugh and venture out of doors is doubtless well enough to read and study and expand his tiny mind. What would you say to that?
Doubtless.
Doubtless, yes. Tell me, how are your studies progressing? The wretched apprentice looked utterly confused.
They have been somewhat interrupted.
You made no progress with Juven's principles of art while you were lost in the hills in bad weather?
No progress, no.
And your knowledge of the histories, did that develop far while Master Ninefingers was carrying you back to the library?
I must confess, it didn't.
Your exercises and meditations, though, surely you have been practicing those while unconscious this past week?
Well, no. The unconsciousness was,
So, tell me, would you say that you are ahead of the game, so to speak, or have your studies fallen behind? Kwai stared down at the floor.
They were behind when I left.
Then perhaps you could tell me where you plan to spend the day. The apprentice looked up hopefully.
At my desk?
Excellent! Byers smiled wide. I was about to suggest it, but you have anticipated me. Your keenness to learn does you much credit. Kwai nodded furiously and hurried towards the door, the hem of his blanket trailing on the flags. Bethod is coming, murmured Byers. He will be here today. Logan's smile vanished. His throat felt suddenly tight. He remembered their last meeting well enough. Stretched out on his face on the floor of Bethod's hall at Carleon, beaten and broken and well chained up, dribbling blood into the straw and hoping the end wouldn't be too long coming. Then, no reason given, they'd let him go. Flung him out the gates with the Dogman, 3 Trees, the Weakest and the rest, and told him never to come back. Never. The first time Bethod ever showed a grain of mercy. And the last, Logan didn't doubt. Today, he asked, trying to keep his voice even.
Gone?
Yes, and soon. The king of the Northmen. The arrogance of him. Byers glanced sidelong at Logan. He is coming to ask me for a favor, and I would like you to be there. You won't like that. Exactly. The wind felt colder than before. If Logan never saw Bethod again, it would be far too soon. But some things have to be done. It's better to do them than to live with the fear of them. That's what Logan's father would have said. So he took a deep breath and squared his shoulders. I'll be there. Excellent. Then there is but one thing missing. What? Byers smirked. You need a weapon. It was dry in the cellars beneath the library. Dry and dark and very, very confusing. They'd gone up and down steps, around corners, past doors, taking here or there a turning to the left or right. The place was a warren. Logan hoped he didn't lose sight of the wizard's flickering torch, or he could easily be stuck beneath the library forever.
Dry down here, nice and dry.
Baez was saying to himself, voice echoing down the passageway and merging with their flapping footfalls.
There's nothing worse than damp for books.
He pulled up suddenly next to a heavy door.
Or for weapons.
He gave the door a gentle shove, and it swung silently open.
Look at that. Hasn't been opened for years, but the hinges still move smooth as butter.
That's craftsmanship for you.
Why does no one care about craftsmanship anymore?
Baez stepped over the threshold without waiting for an answer, and Logan followed close behind. The wizard's torch lit up a long, low hall with walls of rough stone blocks, the far end lost in shadows. The room was lined with racks and shelves, the floor littered with boxes and stands, everything heaped and bursting with a mad array of arms and arms. Blades and spikes and polished surfaces of wood and metal caught the flickering torchlight as Baez paced slowly across the stone floor, weaving between the weapons and casting around.
Quite a collection,
muttered Logan as he followed the magus through the clutter.
A load of old junk, mostly. But there should be a few things worth the finding.
Baez took a helmet from a suit of ancient gilded plate armor and looked it over with a frown.
What do you make of that?
I've never been much for armor.
No, you don't strike me as the type. All very well on horseback, I dare say, but it's a pain in the arse when you've a journey to make on foot.
He tossed the helmet back onto its stand, then stood there staring at the armor, lost in thought.
Once you've got it on, how do you piss?
Logan frowned. He said, but Baez was already moving off down the room and taking the light with him.
You must have used a few weapons in your time, Master Nine Fingers. What's your preference for?
I've never really had one, said Logan, ducking under a rusty halberd leaning out from a rack. A champion never knows what he might be called on to fight with.
Of course, of course.
Baez took up a long spear with a vicious barbed head and wafted it around a bit. Logan stepped back cautiously.
Deadly enough. You could keep a man at bay with one of these. The man with the spear needs a lot of friends, and they will need spears as well.
Baez shoved it back on the rack and moved on.
This looks fearsome.
The magus took hold of the gnarled shaft of a huge double-bladed axe.
Shit,
he said as he lifted it up, veins bulging out of his neck.
It's heavy enough.
He set it down with a thump, making the rack wobble.
You could kill a man with that. You could cut him clean in half if he was standing still.
This is better, said Logan. It was a simple, solid-looking sword in a scabbard of weathered brown leather.
Oh, yes, indeed. Much, much better. That blade is the work of Canadius, master maker himself.
Baez handed his torch to Logan and took the long sword from the rack.
Has it ever occurred to you, Master Nine Fingers, that a sword is different from other weapons? Axes and maces and so forth are lethal enough, but they hang on the belt like dumb brutes.
He ran an eye over the hilt, plain, cold metal scored with faint grooves for a good grip, glinting in the torchlight.
But a sword has a voice.
Hey,
sheathed, it has little to say, to be sure, but you need only put your hand on the hilt, and it begins to whisper in your enemy's ear.
He wrapped his fingers tightly round the grip.
A gentle warning, a word of caution. Do you hear it?
Logan nodded slowly.
Now,
murmured Baez.
Compare it to the sword half-drawn.
A foot length of metal hissed out of the sheath, a single silver letter shining near the hilt. The blade itself was dull, but its edge had a cold and frosty glint.
It speaks louder, does it not? It hisses a dire threat. It makes a deadly promise. Do you hear it?
nodded again, his eye fastened on that glittering edge. Now compare it to the sword full drawn. Bias whipped the long blade from its sheath with a faint ringing sound, brought it up so that the point hovered inches from Logan's face. It shouts now, does it not? It screams defiance. It bellows a challenge. Do you hear it? Said Logan, leaning back and staring slightly cross-eyed at the shining point of the sword. Bias let it drop and slid it gently back into its scabbard, something to Logan's relief. Yes, a sword has a voice. Axes and maces and so forth are lethal enough, but a sword is a subtle weapon and suited to a subtle man. You, I think, Master Ninefingers, are subtler than you appear. Logan frowned as Bias held the sword out to him. He had been accused of many things in his life, but never subtlety. Consider it a gift. My thanks for your good manners. Logan thought about it a moment. He hadn't owned a proper weapon since before he crossed the mountains, and he wasn't keen to take one up again. But Bethod was coming, and soon. Better to have it and not want it than to want it and not have it. Our father, you have to be realistic about these things. Thank you, said Logan, taking the sword from Bias and handing him back the torch. I think. A small fire crackled in the grate, and the room was warm and homely and comfortable. But Logan didn't feel comfortable. He stood by the window, staring down into the courtyard below, nervous and twitchy and scared, like he used to be before a fight. Bethod was coming. He was somewhere out there, on the road through the woods, or passing between the stones, or across the bridge, or through the gate. The first of the Magi didn't seem tense. He sat comfortably in his chair, his feet up on the table next to a long wooden pipe, leafing through a small white-bound book with a faint smile on his face. No one had ever looked calmer, and that only made Logan feel worse. Is it good? Asked Logan. Is what good? The book. Oh, yes. It is the best of books. It is Juven's Principles of Art, the very cornerstone of my order. Bias waved his free hand at the shelves which covered 2 walls and the hundreds of other identical books lined neatly upon them. It's all the same. One book. One. Logan's eyes scanned across the thick white spines. That's a pretty damn long book. Have you read it all? Bias chuckled. Oh, yes. Many times. Every one of my order must read it, eventually make their own copy. He turned the book around so that Logan could see. The pages were thickly covered with lines of neat but unintelligible symbols. I wrote these long ago. You should read it too. I'm really not much of a reader. No? Asked Bias. Shame. He flicked over the page and carried on. What about that one? There was another book, sat alone on its side on the very top of one of the shelves. A large black book, scarred and battered looking. That written by this Juvens as well? Bias frowned up at it. No, his brother wrote that. He got up from his chair, stretched up, and pulled it down. This is a different kind of knowledge. He dragged open his desk drawer, slid the black book inside, and slammed it shut. Best left alone, he muttered, sitting back down and opening up the Principles of Art again. Logan took a deep breath, put his left hand on the hilt of the sword, felt the cold metal pressing into his palm. The feel of it was anything but reassuring. He let go and turned back to the window, frowning down into the courtyard. He felt his breath catch in his throat. Bethod.
How's it going?
He's here. Good, good, muttered Bias absently. Who does he have with him? Logan peered at the 3 figures in the courtyard. Scale, he said with a scowl. And a woman. I don't recognize her. They're dismounting. Logan licked his dry lips. They're coming in. Yes, yes, murmured Baez. That is how one gets to a meeting. Try to calm yourself, my friend. Breathe. Logan leaned back against the whitewashed plaster, arms folded, and took a deep breath. It didn't help. The hard knot of worry in his chest only pressed harder. He could hear heavy footsteps in the corridor outside. The doorknob turned. Scale was the first into the room. Bethod's eldest son had always been burly, even as a boy, but since Logan last saw him, he'd grown monstrous. His rock of a head seemed almost an afterthought on top of all that brawn, his skull a good deal narrower than his neck. He had a great block of jaw, a flat stub of a nose, and furious, bulging, arrogant little eyes. His thin mouth was twisted in a constant sneer, much like his younger brother Calder's, but there was less guile here and a lot more violence. He had a heavy broadsword on his hip, and his meaty hand was never far from it as he glowered at Logan, oozing malice from every pore. The woman came next. She was very tall, slender, and pale, almost ill-looking. Her slanting eyes were as narrow and cold as Scales were bulging and wrathful, and were surrounded with a quantity of dark paint, which made them look narrower and colder still. There were golden rings on her long fingers, golden bracelets on her thin arms, golden chains around her white neck. She swept the room with her frosty blue eyes, each thing she noticed seeming to lift her to new heights of disgust and contempt. First the furniture, then the books, particularly Logan, and Baez most of all. The self-styled King of the Northmen came last, and more magnificent than ever, robed in rich-colored cloths and rare white furs. He wore a heavy golden chain across his shoulders, a golden circlet round his head, set with a single diamond big as a bird's egg. His smiling face was more deeply lined than Logan remembered, his hair and beard touched with grey, but he was no less tall, no less vigorous, no less handsome, and he'd gained much of authority and wisdom, of majesty even. He looked every inch a great man, a wise man, a just man. He looked every inch a king. But Logan knew better.
Bethod,
said Baez warmly, snapping his book shut.
my old friend. You can hardly imagine what a joy it is to see you again.
He swung his feet off the table and gestured at the golden chain, the flashing diamond.
And to see you so hugely advanced in the world. I remember the time was you were happy to visit me alone. But I suppose great men must be attended on, and I see you have brought some other people. Your charming son, I know, of course. I see that you've been eating well at least, eh, Scale?
Prince Scale, rumbled Bethod's monstrous son, his eyes popping out even more.
Said Baez with an eyebrow raised. I have not had the pleasure of meeting your other companion before.
I am Kaurib.
Logan blinked. The woman's voice was the most beautiful thing he'd ever heard. Calming, soothing, intoxicating.
I am a sorceress,
she sang, tossing her head with a scornful smile.
a sorceress from the utmost north.
Logan stood frozen, his mouth half open. His hatred seeped away. They were all friends here, more than friends. He couldn't take his eyes from her, didn't want to. The others in the room had faded. It was as if she was speaking only to him, and the fondest wish of his heart was that she should never stop. But Baez only laughed.
A real sorceress, and you have the golden voice. How wonderful.
It's a long time since I heard that one, but it will not serve you here. Logan shook his head clear, and his hatred rushed back in, hot and reassuring. Tell me, does one have to study to become a sorceress? Or is it simply a question of jewelry and a deal of paint about the face? Kaurib's eyes narrowed to deadly blue slits. The first of the Magi didn't give her time to speak. And from the utmost north, imagine that. He shivered slightly. It must be cold out there this time of year. Rough on the nipples, eh? Have you come to us for the warm weather? Or is there something else? I go where my king commands, she hissed, pointed chin lifting a little higher. Your king? Asked Byers, staring about the room, as though there must be someone else there hiding in the corner. My father is king of the Northmen now, snarled Scales. He sneered at Logan. You should kneel to him, bloody nine. He sneered at Byers. And so should you, old man. The first of the Magi spread his hands in apology. Oh, I'm afraid I don't kneel to anyone. Too old for it. Stiffness in the joints, you see. Scales' boots thumped heavy on the floor as he began to move forward, curse half out of his mouth, but his father placed a gentle hand on his arm. Come now, my son. There is no need for kneeling here. His voice was cold and even as freshly fallen snow. It is not fitting that we bicker. Are our interests not the same? Peace? Peace in the north? I have come only to ask for your wisdom, Byers, as I did in days past. Is it so wrong to seek the help of an old friend? No one had ever sounded more genuine, more reasonable, more trustworthy. But Logan knew better. But do we not have peace in the north already? Byers leaned back in his chair, hands clasped before him. Are the feuds not all ended? Were you not the victor? Do you not have everything you wanted and more? King of the Northmen, what help could I possibly offer you? I only share my counsel with friends, Byers. You have been no friend to me of late. You turn away my messengers, my son even. You play host to my sworn enemies. He frowned towards Logan.
How's it going if you're just tuning in?
Do you know what manner of thing this is? The Bloody Nine? An animal? A coward? An oath-breaker? Is that the kind of company that you prefer? Bethod smiled a friendly smile as he turned back to Byers, but there was no missing the threat in his words.
Or read it, for that matter.
I fear the time has come for you to decide whether you are with me or against me. There can be no middle ground in this. Either you are a part of my future or a relic of the past. Yours is the choice, my friend. Logan had seen Bethod give such choices before. Some men had yielded, the rest had gone back to the mud. But Byers, it seemed, was not to be rushed. Which shall it be? He reached forward slowly and took his pipe from the table. The future or the past? He strolled over to the fire and squatted down, back turned to his three guests, took a stick from the grate, set it to the bowl, and puffed slowly away. It seemed to take an age for him to get the damn thing lit.
It's not.
With or against? He mused as he returned to his chair. Well? Demanded Bethod. Byers stared up at the ceiling and blew out a thin stream of yellow smoke. Kaurib looked the old Magus up and down with icy contempt. Scale twitched with impatience. Bethod waited, eyes a little narrowed. Finally, Byers gave a heavy sigh. Very well. I am with you. Bethod smiled wide, and Logan felt a lurch of terrible disappointment. He had hoped for better from the first of the Magi. Damn foolish, how he never learned to stop hoping. Good, murmured the king of the Northmen. I knew you would see my way of thinking in the end. He slowly licked his lips, like a hungry man watching good food.
Ilona, land of the golden sun. a land of wealth and bounty. A land of heroes.
Is it going?
A land protected by its champions. The order
Trying to say hello to all the new viewers. You were playing Guild Wars 1, and in a second I'm going to be throwing on
A shadow now falls upon this land. The shadow of an ancient and forgotten darkness. Night falls. The time of the five gods is at an end.
Hey, you're just stopping by. I'm about to run to the bathroom. Back. Looks like someone's here. We're going.
Brought in. I mean to invade Angland. Baez raised an eyebrow. Then he started to chuckle. Then he thumped the table with his fist.
Oh, that's good. That's very good. You find peace does not suit your kingdom, eh, Bethod? The clans are not used to being friends, are they? They hate each other and they hate you, am I right?
Well, smiled Bethod, they are somewhat restive.
I bet they are. But send them to war with the Union, then they will be a nation, eh? United against the common enemy, to be sure. And if you win, you'll be the man who did the impossible, the man who drove the damned Southerners out of the North. You'll be loved, or at any rate more feared than ever. If you lose, Well, at least you keep the clans busy a while and sap their strength in the process. I remember now why I used to like you. An excellent plan.
Bethod looked smug. Of course, and we will not lose. The Union is soft, arrogant, unprepared. With your help—
My help?
interrupted Baez.
You presume too much.
But you—
Oh, that.
The Magus shrugged.
How's it going?
I am a liar.
Baez lifted his pipe to his mouth. There was a moment of stunned silence. Then Bethod's eyes narrowed. Kaurib's widened. Scale's heavy brow crinkled with confusion. Logan's smile slowly returned.
A liar,
Hissed the sorceress.
and more besides, say I.
Her voice still had the singing note about it, but it was a different song now. Hard, shrill, murderous sharp.
You old worm, hiding here behind your walls and your servants and your books. Your time is long past, fool. You are nothing but words and dust.
The first of the Magi calmly pursed his lips and blew out smoke.
Words and dust, old worm. Well, we shall see. We will come to your library.
The wizard set his pipe carefully down on the table, a little smoke still curling up out of the bowl.
We will come back to your library and put your walls to the hammer, your servants to the sword, and your books to the fire, to the—
Silence!
Baez was frowning
Play
now,
Guild Wars 1?
deeper even than he had at Calder days before in the yard outside. Again, Logan felt the desire to step away, but stronger by far. He found himself glancing around the room for a place to hide. Kaurib's lips still moved, but only a meaningless croak came out.
Break my walls, would you?
Murmured Baez. His grey brows drew inwards, deep, hard grooves cutting into the bridge of his nose.
Kill my servants, will you?
Asked Baez. The room
Do you
had
know this
turned
book?
very chill, despite the logs on the fire.
Burn my book, say you?
Thundered Baez.
You say too much,
Kaurib's knees buckled. Her white hand clawed at the doorframe, chains and bangles jingling together as she slumped against the wall.
Words and dust, am I?
Baez thrust up 4 fingers.
4 gifts you had of me, Bethod. The sun in winter, a storm in summer, and 2 things you could never have known but for my art. What have you given me in return, eh? This lake and this valley, which were mine already, and but one other thing.
Bethod's eyes flicked across to Logan, then back.
You owe me still, yet you send messengers to me. You make demands. You presume to command me. That is not my idea of manners.
Scale had caught up now, and his eyes were near popping out of his head.
Manners? What does a king need with manners? A king takes what he wants.
And he took a heavy step towards the table. Now Scale was big enough and cruel enough, to be sure. Most likely you could never find a better man for kicking someone once he was down.
How's it going?
But Logan wasn't down, not yet, and he was good and sick of listening to this bloated fool. He stepped forward to block Scale's path, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword.
Far enough.
The prince looked Logan over with his bulging eyes, held up his meaty fist, squeezing his great fingers so the knuckles turned white.
Don't tempt me, Nine Fingers, you broken cur. Your day's long past. I could crush you like an egg.
You can try it, but I've no mind to let you. You know my work. 1 step more, and I'll set to work on you, you fucking swollen pig.
Scale, snapped Bethod. There is nothing for us here. That much is plain. We are leaving.
The hulking prince locked his great lump of a jaw, his huge hands clenching and unclenching by his sides, glowering at Logan with the most bestial hatred imaginable. Then he sneered and slowly backed away. Baez leaned forward. "You said you would bring peace to the north, Bethod, and what have you done? You have piled war on war. The land is bled white with your pride and your brutality. King of the Northmen? Ha! You're not worth the helping. And to think I had such high hopes for you." Bethod only frowned, his eyes as cold as the diamond on his forehead. "You have made an enemy of me, Baez, and I am a bad enemy to have, the very worst. You will yet regret this day's work." He turned his scorn on Logan. "As for you, Nine Fingers, you will have no more mercy from me. Every man in the north will be your enemy now. You will be hated and hunted and cursed wherever you go. I will see to it." Logan shrugged. There was nothing new there. Baez stood up from his chair. "You've said your piece. Now take your witch and get you gone." Kaurib stumbled from the room first, still gasping for air. Scale gave Logan one last scowl, then he turned and lumbered away. The so-called King of the Northmen was the last to leave, nodding slowly and sweeping the room with a deadly glare. As their footsteps faded down the corridor, Logan took a deep breath, steadied himself, and let his hand drop from the hilt of the sword. "So," said Baez brightly, "that went well?" Chapter 14. A road between two dentists.
Hello.
Past midnight, and it was dark in the middle way. Dark, and it smelled bad. It always smelled bad down by the docks. Old salt water, rotten fish, tar and sweat and horse shit. In a few hours' time, this street would be thronging with noise and activity. Tradesmen shouting, laborers cursing under their loads, merchants hurrying to and fro, 100 carts and wagons rumbling over the dirty cobbles. There would be an endless tide of people, thronging off the ships and thronging on, people from every part of the world, words shouted in every language under the sun. But at night, it was still and silent. Silent as the grave, and even worse smelling. "It's down here," said Severard, strolling towards the shadowy mouth of a narrow alley wedged in between two looming warehouses. "Did he give you much trouble?" asked Glockner as he shuffled painfully after. "Not too much." The practical adjusted his mask, letting some air in behind. "Must get very clammy under there, all that breath and sweat. No wonder practicals tend to have bad tempers." "He gave Rue's mattress some trouble, stabbed it all to bits. Then Frost knocked him on the head. Funny thing, when that boy knocks a man on the head, the trouble all goes out of him." "What about Ruth?" "Still alive." The light from Severard's lamp passed over a pile of putrid rubbish. Glockner heard rats squeaking in the darkness as they scurried away. "You know all the best neighborhoods, don't you, Severard?" "That's what you pay me for, Inquisitor." His dirty black boots squelched, heedless, into the stinking mush. Glockner limped gingerly around it, holding the hem of his coat up in his free hand. "I grew up round here," continued the practical. "Folk don't ask questions." "Except for us. We always have questions." "Ghost!" Severard gave a muffled giggle. "We're the Inquisition." His lamp picked out a dented iron gate, the high wall above topped with rusty spikes. "This is it." "Indeed. And what an auspicious-looking address it is." The gate evidently didn't see much use. Its brown hinges squealed in protest as the practical uncle unlocked it and heaved it open. Glocta stepped awkwardly over a puddle that had built up in a rut in the ground, cursing as his coat trailed in the foul water. The hinges screamed again as Severard wrestled the heavy gate shut, forehead creasing with the effort. Then he lifted the hood on his lantern, lighting up a wide ornamental courtyard, choked with rubble and weeds and broken wood. "And here we are," said Severard. It must once have been a magnificent building in its way. How much all those windows have cost? How much all that decorative stone? Visitors must have been awed by its owner's wealth, if not his good taste. But no more. The windows were blinded with rotting boards. The swirls of masonry were choked with moss and caked with bird droppings. The thin layer of green marble on the pillars was cracked and flaking, exposing the rotten plaster underneath. All was crumpled, broken, and decayed. Fallen lumps of the facade were strewn everywhere, casting long shadows on the high walls of the yard. Half the head of a broken cherub stared mournfully up at
a couple
Glocta as
new
he
viewers.
limped past. He
You
had
know
been
if you either know
expecting
this
some
game or
dingy
know this
warehouse,
audiobook.
some dank cellar near the water. "What is this place?" he asked, staring up at the rotting palace. "Some merchant built it years ago." Severard kicked a lump of broken sculpture out of his way, and it clattered off into the darkness. "A rich man, very rich, wanted to live near his warehouses and his wharves, keep one eye on business." He strolled up the cracked and mossy steps to the huge flaking front door. He thought the idea might catch on, but how could it? Who'd want to live round here if they didn't have to? Then he lost all his money, as merchants do. His creditors have had trouble finding a buyer. Glocta stared at a broken fountain, leaning at an angle and half filled with stagnant water. "Hardly surprising." Severard's lamp barely lit the cavernous space of the entrance hall. Two enormous, curved, slumping staircases loomed out of the gloom opposite them. A wide balcony ran around the walls at first-floor level, but a great section of it had collapsed and crashed through the damp floorboards below, so that one of the stairways ended, amputated, hanging in the empty air. The damp floor was strewn with lumps of broken plaster, fallen roofing slates, shattered timbers, and a spattering of grey bird droppings. The night sky peered in through several yawning holes in the roof. Glocta could hear the vague sound of pigeons cooing in amongst the shadowy rafters, and somewhere the slow dripping of water. What a place. Glocta stifled a smile. It reminds me of myself in a way. We both were magnificent once, and we both have our best days far behind us. "It's big enough, wouldn't you say?" asked Severard, picking his way in amongst the rubble towards a yawning doorway under the broken staircase, his lamp casting strange slanting shadows as he moved. "Oh, I'd have thought so, unless we get more than 1,000 prisoners at once." Glocta shuffled after him, leaning heavily on his cane, worried about his footing on the slimy floor. "I'll slip and fall right on my arse, right here in all this bird shit. That would be perfect." The arch opened into a crumbling hall, rotten plaster falling away in sheets, showing the damp bricks beneath. Gloomy doorways passed by on either side. The sort of place that would make a man nervous, if he was prone to nervousness. He might imagine unpleasant things in these chambers, just beyond the lamplight, and horrible acts taking place in the darkness. He looked up at Severard, ambling jauntily along the front, tuneless whistling,
Try to say
vaguely
hello to
audible
every new
from
viewer.
behind his mask, and frowned. But we are not prone to nervousness. Perhaps we are the unpleasant things. Perhaps the acts are ours. "How big is this place?" asked Glocta as he hobbled along. 35 rooms, not counting the servants' quarters." "A palace? How the hell did you find it?" I used to sleep here some nights, after my mother died. I found a way in. The roof was still mostly on back then, and it was a dry place to sleep. Dry and safe, more or less. Ah, what a hard life it's been. Thug and torturer is a real step up for you, isn't it? Every man has his excuses. The more vile the man becomes, the more touching the story has to be. What is my story now, I wonder? Ever resourceful, eh, Severard? That's what you pay me for, Inquisitor. They passed into a wide space. A drawing room, a study, a ballroom even, that was big enough. Once beautiful panels were sagging from the walls, covered in mold and flaking gilt paint. Severard moved over to one, still attached, and pushed it firmly at one side. There was a soft click as it swung open, revealing a dark archway beyond.
Let me know if you know this game.
How sinister. How very appropriate. This place is as full of surprises as you are, said Glockter, limping painfully towards the opening. And you wouldn't believe the price I got.
Or the audiobook.
We bought this? Oh no, I did, with Rue's money. And now I'm renting it to you. Severard's eyes sparkled in the lamplight. It's a gold mine.
Hello, hello?
Laughed Glockter as he shuffled carefully down the steps. All this and a head for business too. Perhaps I'll be working for Arch-Lector Severard one of these days. Stranger things have happened. Glockter's shadow loomed out ahead of him into the darkness as he labored crab-like down the steps, his right hand feeling out the gaps between the rough stone blocks to lend him some support. The cellars go on for miles, muttered Severard from behind. We have our own private access to the canals, and to the sewers too, if you're interested in sewers. They passed a dark opening on their left, then another on their right, always going slowly downwards. Frost tells me you can get all the way from here to the Agrion without once coming up for air. That could be useful. I'd say so, if you can stand the smell. Severard's lamp found a heavy door with a small barred opening. Home again, he said, and gave 4 quick knocks.
Welcome.
A moment later, Practical Frost's masked face loomed abruptly out of the darkness at the little window. Only us. The albino's eyes showed no sign of warmth or recognition. But then they never do. Heavy bolts slid back on the other side of the door, and it swung smoothly open. There was a table and chair, and fresh torches on the walls, but they were unlit. It must have been pitch black in here until our little lamp arrived. Glockter looked over at the albino. Have you just been sitting here in the dark? The hulking Practical shrugged, and Glockter shook his head. Sometimes I worry about you, Practical Frost. I really do. He's down here, said Severard, ambling off down the hall, heels making clicking echoes on the stone flags of the floor. This must once have been a wine cellar. There were several barrel-vaulted chambers leading off to either side, sealed with heavy gratings.
Glockter!
Salem Rue's fingers were gripped tightly round the bars, his face pressed up between them. Glockter stopped in front of the cell and rested his throbbing leg. Ruth, how are you? I hardly expected to see you again so soon. He had lost weight already. His skin was slack and pale, still marked with fading bruises. He does not look well, not well at all.
What's happening, Glockter? Please, why am I here?
Well, where's the harm? It seems the Arch-Lector still has a use for you. He wants you to give evidence. Glockter leaned towards the bars. Before the open council, he whispered. Ruse grew paler still.
Then what?
We'll see. Angland, Ruse, Angland.
What if I refuse?
Refuse the Arch-Lector? Glockter chuckled.
No, Ruth. You don't want to do a thing like that. He turned away and shuffled after Severard.
For pity's sake, it's dark down here.
You'll get used to it, Glockter called over his shoulder. Amazing what one can get used to. The last of the chambers held their latest prisoner. Chained up to a bracket in the wall, naked and bagged, of course. He was short and stocky, tending slightly to fat, with fresh grazes on his knees, no doubt from being flung into the rough stone cell. So, this is our killer, eh? The man rolled himself up onto his knees when he heard Glockter's voice, straining forward against his chains. A little blood had soaked through the front of the bag and dried there, making a brown stain on the canvas.
A very unsavoury character indeed, said Severard. Doesn't look too fearsome now, though, does he?
They never do, once they're brought to this. Where do we work? Severard's eyes smiled even more.
Oh, you're going to like this, Inquisitor.
It's a touch theatrical, said Glockter, but none the worse for that. The room was large and circular, with a domed ceiling, painted with a curious mural that ran all the way round the curved walls. The body of a man lay on the grass, bleeding from many wounds, with a forest behind him. 11 other figures walked away, 6 on one side, 5 on the other, painted in profile, awkwardly posed, dressed in white, but their features indistinct. They faced another man, arms stretched out, all in black and with a sea of colourfully daubed fire behind him. The harsh light from 6 bright lamps didn't make the work look any better. Hardly of the highest quality, more decoration than art, but the effect is quite striking nonetheless.
No idea what it's supposed to be, said Severard.
The Master Maker,
mumbled Practical Frost. Of course, said Glockter, staring up at the dark figure on the wall and the flames behind. You should study your history, Practical Severard. This is the Master Maker, Canadius. He turned and pointed to the dying man on the opposite wall.
Tabbed out right now, just
and this
checking
is Great
character
Juven,
builds.
whom he has killed. He swept his hand over the figures in white. And these are Juven's apprentices, the Magi marching to avenge him. Ghost stories fit to scare children with.
What kind of man pays to have shit like this on the walls of his cellar? Asked Severard, shaking his head.
Oh, this sort of thing was quite popular at one time. There's a room painted like this in the palace. This is a copy, and a cheap one.
Glockter looked up at the shadowed face of Canadius, staring grimly down into the room, and the bleeding corpse on the opposite wall.
Still, there's something quite unsettling about it, isn't there? Or there would be if I gave a damn. Blood, fire, death, vengeance. No idea why you'd want it in the cellar. Perhaps there was something dark about our friend the merchant.
There's always something dark about a man with money, said Severard. Who are these two?
Glockter frowned, peering forward. 2 small, vague figures could be seen under the arms of the Maker, one on each side. Who knows? Asked Glockter. Maybe they're his practicals. Severard laughed. A vague exhalation of air even came from behind Frost's mask, though his eyes showed no sign of amusement. My, he must be thoroughly tickled. Glockter shuffled toward the table in the center of the room. 2 chairs faced each other across the smooth, polished surface. One was a spare, hard affair of the sort you found in the cellars of the House of Questions, but the other was altogether more impressive, throne-like almost, with sweeping arms and a high back, upholstered in brown leather. Glockter placed his cane against the table and lowered himself carefully, back aching. Oh, this is an excellent chair, he breathed,
sinking slowly back into the soft leather, stretching out his leg, throbbing from the long walk here. There was a slight resistance. He looked beneath the table. There was a matching footstool there. Glocta tipped his head back and laughed. "Oh, this is fine. You shouldn't have." He settled his leg down on the stool with a comfortable sigh. "It was the least we could do," said Severard, folding his arms and leaning against the wall next to the bleeding body of Juvens. "We did well from your friend Rose. Very well. You've always seen us right, and we don't forget that." Said Frost, nodding his head. "You spoil me." Glocta stroked the polished wood on the arm of the chair. "My boys, where would I be without you? Back home in bed with Mother fussing over me, I suppose, wondering how she'll ever find a nice girl to marry me now." He glanced over the instruments on the table. His case was there, of course, and a few other things, well used, but still highly serviceable. A pair of long-handled tongs particularly caught his eye. He glanced up at Severard. "Teeth? Seemed a good place to start." "Fair enough." Glocta licked at his own empty gums, then cracked his knuckles one by one. "Teeth it is." As soon as the gag was off, the assassin started screaming at them in Styrian, spitting and cursing, struggling pointlessly at his chains. Glocta didn't understand a word of it. But I think I catch the meaning, more or less. Something very offensive indeed, I imagine. Something about our mothers and so on, but I am not easily offended. He was a rough-looking sort, face pockmarked with acne scars, nose broken more than once and bent out of shape. How disappointing. I was hoping the mercers might have gone upmarket on this occasion at least. But that's merchants for you, always looking for the bargain. Practical Frost ended the torrent of unintelligible abuse by punching the man heavily in the stomach. That'll take his breath away for a moment, long enough to get the first word in. "Now then," said Glocta, "we'll have none of that nonsense here. We know you're a professional, sent to blend in and do a job. You wouldn't blend in too well if you couldn't even speak the language, now would you?" The prisoner had got his breath back. "Pox on all of you, you bastards!" he gasped. "Excellent. The common tongue will do nicely for our little chats. I have a feeling we may end up having several. Is there anything you would like to know about us before we begin, or shall we get straight to it?" The prisoner stared up suspiciously at the painted figure of the Master Maker looming over Glocta's head. "Where am I?" "We're just off the middle way, down near the water." Glocta winced as the muscles in his leg suddenly convulsed. He stretched it out cautiously, waiting until he heard the knee click before he carried on. "You know, the middle way is one of the very arteries of the city. It runs straight through its heart from the Agriont to the sea. It passes through many different districts, has all manner of notable buildings. Some of the most fashionable addresses in the whole city are just up the lane. To me, though, it's nothing but a road between two dentists." The prisoner's eyes narrowed, then darted over the instruments on the table. But no more cursing. It seems the mention of dentistry has got his attention. Up at the other end of the avenue, and Glocta pointed roughly northwards, in one of the most expensive parts of town, opposite the public gardens, in a beautiful white house in the very shadow of the Agriont, is the establishment of Master Farad. You might have heard of him. "Get fucked!" Glocta raised his eyebrows. "If only. They say that Master Farad is the finest dentist in the world. I believe he came from Gurkul originally, but he escaped the tyranny of the Emperor to join us in the Union and make a better life for himself, saving our wealthiest citizens from the terrors of bad teeth. When I came back,
from my own little visit to the south, my family sent me to him to see if there was anything he could do for me.
Glockter smiled wide, showing the assassin the nature of the problem.
Of course, there wasn't. The Emperor's torturers saw to that. But he's a damn fine dentist. Everyone says so.
So what?
Glockter let his smile fade.
Down at the other end of the middle way, down near the sea, in amongst the filth and the scum and the slime of the docks, am I. The rent may be cheap hereabouts, but I feel confident that once we have spent some time together, you will not think me any less talented than the esteemed Master Farad. It is simply that my talents lie in a different direction. The good master eases the pain of his patients, while I am a dentist,
and Glockter leaned slowly forward,
of a different sort.
The assassin laughed in his face.
Do you think you can scare me with a bag on the head and a nasty painting?
He looked round at Frost and Severard.
You crowd of freaks! Do I think we scare you? The three of us?
Glockter allowed himself a chuckle at that.
Here you sit, alone, unarmed and thoroughly restrained. Who knows where you are but us, or cares to know? You have no hope of deliverance or of escape. We're all professionals here. I think you can guess what's coming, more or less.
Glockter grinned a sickly grin.
Of course we scare you. Don't play the fool. You hide it well, I'll admit, but that can't last. The time will come soon enough when you'll be begging to go back in the bag. You'll get nothing from me,
growled the assassin, staring him straight in the eye.
Nothing.
Tough. A tough man. But it's easy to act tough before the work begins.
I should know.
Glockter rubbed his leg gently. The blood was flowing nicely now, the pain almost gone.
We'll keep it simple to begin with. Names. That's all I want for now. Just names. Why don't we start with yours? At least you can't tell us you don't know the answer.
They waited. Severard and Frost stared down at the prisoner, the green eyes smiling, the pink ones not. Silence. Glockter sighed.
Right then.
Frost planted his fists on either side of the assassin's jaw, started to squeeze until his teeth were forced apart. Severard shoved the ends of the tongs in between and forced his jaws open, much too wide for comfort. The assassin's eyes bulged.
Hurts, doesn't it? But that's nothing, believe me. Watch his tongue, said Glockter. We want him talking.
Don't worry, muttered Severard, peering into the assassin's mouth. He ducked back suddenly. Ah! His breath smells like shit.
Shame. I'm hardly surprised. Clean living is rarely a priority for hired killers.
Glockter got slowly to his feet, limped round the table.
Now then,
he murmured, one hand hovering over his instruments.
Where to begin?
He picked up a mounted needle and craned forward, his other hand gripped tight around the top of his cane, probing carefully at the killer's teeth.
Not a pretty set, to be sure. I do believe I'd rather have my teeth than his. Dear me, these are in a terrible state, rotten through and through. That's why your breath stinks so badly. There's no excuse for it, a man of your age.
Ah! Yelped the prisoner as Glockter touched a nerve. He tried to speak, but with the tongs in place, he made less sense than practical Frost.
Quiet now. You've had your chance to talk. Perhaps you'll get another later. I haven't decided.
Glockter put the needle back down on the table, shaking his head sadly.
Your teeth are a fucking disgrace. Revolting. I do declare they're just about falling out on their own. Do you know,
he said as he took the little hammer and chisel from the table. "I do believe you'd be better off without them." Chapter 15. Flatheads. Grey morning time out in the cold, wet woods, and the dogman was just sat there, thinking about how things used to be better. Sat there, minding the spit, turning it round every once in a while, and trying not to get too nervous with the waiting. Talduru wasn't helping any with that. He was striding up and down the grass, round the old stones and back, wearing his great boots out, as patient as a wolf on heat. Dogman watched him stomping, clomp, clomp, clomp. He'd learned a long time ago that great fighters are only good for one thing: fighting, and pretty much everything else, and with waiting in particular, they're funny useless. "Why don't you sit yourself down, Tol?" muttered Dogman. "There's stones aplenty for the purpose. Warmer here by the fire and all. Rest those flapping feet of yours, you're getting me twitchy." "Sit me down," rumbled the giant, coming up and looming over the dogman like a great bloody house. "How can I sit, or you either?" He frowned across the ruins and into the trees from under his great heavy brows. "You sure this is the place?" "This is the place." Dogman stared round at the broken stones, hoping like hell that it was. He couldn't deny there was no sign of them yet. "They'll be here, don't you worry." So long as they ain't all got themselves killed, he thought, but he had the sense not to say it. He'd spent enough time marching with Talduru Thunderhead to know you don't get that man stirred up, unless you want a broken head, of course. "They better be here soon as all." Tull's bloody great hands curled up into fists fit to break rocks with. "I got no taste for just sitting here arse in the wind." "Nor do I neither," said the dogman, showing his palms and doing his best to keep everything gentle. "But don't you fret on it, big lad. They'll be along soon enough, just the way we planned. This is the place." He eyed the hog crackling away, dripping some nice gravy in the fire. His mouth was watering good now. His nose was full of the smell of meat. And something else besides. Just a whiff. He looked up, sniffing. "You smell something?" asked Tull, peering into the woods. "Something, maybe." The dogman leaned down and took a hold on his bow. "What is it? Shanker?" "Not sure. Could be." He sniffed the air again. Smelled like a man, and a mighty sour-smelling one at that. "I could have killed the fucking pair of you." Dogman span about, half falling over and near fumbling his bow while he did it. Black Dow wasn't 10 strides behind him, downwind, creeping over to the fire with a nasty grin. Grim was at his shoulder, face blank as a wall, as always. "You bastards!" bellowed Tull. "You near made me shit with your sneaking around." "Good," sneered Dow. "You could lose them fucking lob." Dogman took a long breath and tossed his bow back down. Some relief to know they were in the right spot after all, but he could have done without the scare. He'd been jumpy since he saw Logan go over the edge of that cliff. Roll right on over, and not a thing anyone could do about it. Could happen to anyone, any time. Yeah, that was a fact. Grim clambered over the broken stones and sat himself down on one next to the dogman, gave him the barest of nods. "Me?" barked Dow, shoving past Tull and flopping down beside the fire, ripping a leg of the carcass and tearing into it with his teeth. And that was it. That was all the greeting after a month or more apart. "A man with friends is rich indeed," muttered the dogman out the corner of his mouth. "What say?" spat Dow, cold eyes sliding round, his mouth full of pig, his dirty, stubbly chin all shiny with grease. Dogman showed his palms again. "Nothing to take offence at." He'd spent enough time marching with Black Dow to know you might as well cut your own neck as make that eat the bastard angry. "Any trouble why we were split up?" he asked, looking to change the subject. Grim nodded. Some fucking flatheads, snarled Dow, spraying bits of meat in Dogman's face. They're bloody everywhere. He pointed the hog's leg across the fire like it was a blade. I've taken enough of this shit. I'm going back south. It's too bloody cold by half. Fucking flatheads everywhere. Bastards. I'm going south. You scared? Asked Tull. Dow turned to look up at him with a big yellow grin. The Dogman winced. It was a damn fool of a question, that. He'd never been scared in his life, Black Dow. Didn't know what it was to be scared. Feared of a few shanker? Me? He gave a nasty laugh. We done some work on 'em while you two been snoring. Gave some of 'em warm beds to sleep in. Too warm by half. Burned 'em, muttered Grim. That was a full day's talk out of him already. Burned the whole fucking pile of 'em, hissed Dow, grinning like he'd never heard such a joke as corpses on fire. That don't scare me, big lad, no more than you do. But I don't plan to sit here waiting for 'em neither. Just so Three Trees has time to haul his flabby old arse out of bed. I'm going south. And he tore off another mouthful of meat. Who's got the flabby arse now? Dogman cracked a grin as he saw Three Trees striding over towards the fire, and he started up and grabbed the old boy by the hand. He had Forley the weakest with him and all, and Dogman clapped the little man on the back as he came past. Nearly knocked him over. He was that pleased to see they were all alive and made it through another month. Didn't hurt to have some leadership round the fire, neither. Everyone looked happy for once, smiling and pressing hands and all the rest. Everyone but Dow, of course. He just sat there, staring at the fire, sucking on his bone, face sour as old milk. Right good to see you again, lads, and all in one piece. Three Trees hefted his big round shield off his shoulder and leant it up against a broken old bit of wall. He took a moment to think on it, like always. He loved to take his moment, that one. That was what made him so dangerous. Going south, eh? Said Three Trees after he chewed it over for a minute. And when did all this get decided? Nothing's decided, said the Dogman, showing his palms one more time. He reckoned he might be doing that a lot from now on. Talduru frowned down at Dow's back. Nothing at all, he rumbled, mightily annoyed at having his mind made up for him. Nothing is right, said Three Trees, slow and steady as the grass growing. I don't recall this being no voting band. Dow took no time at all to think about that. He never took time, that one. That was what made him so dangerous. He leapt up, flinging the bone onto the ground, squaring up to Three Trees with a fighting look. I say south, he snarled, eyes bulging like bubbles on a stew. Three Trees didn't back down a step. That wouldn't have been his way at all. He took his moment to think on it, of course. Then he took a step forward of his own, so his nose and Dow's were almost touching. If you wanted to say, you should have beaten Nine Fingers, he growled, instead of losing like the rest of us. Black Dow's face turned dark as tar at that. He didn't like being reminded of losing. Bloody Nine's gone back to the mud, he snarled. Dogman seen it, didn't ya? Dogman had to nod. Aye, he muttered. So that's the end of that. There's no reason for us to be pissing around here north of the mountains with flatheads crawling up our arses. I say south. Nine Fingers may be dead, said Three Trees in Dow's face, but you're deadhead. Why he saw fit to spare a man as worthless as you, I'll never know. But he named me as second. He tapped his big chest. That means I'm the one with the say. Me and no other. Dogman took a careful step back. The two of them were shaping up for blows, all right, and he'd no wish to get a bloody nose in all the confusion. It would hardly have been the first time. Forley took a stab at keeping the peace. Come on, boys, he said, all nice and soft. There's no need for this. He might not have been much at killing Fawley, but he was a damn good boy for stopping those that were from killing each other. Dogman wished him luck with it.
Come on, why don't you...
Shut your fucking hole, you! Growled Dow, one dirty finger stabbing Savage in Fawley's face. What's your fucking say worth, weakest? Leave him be, rumbled Tull, holding his great fist up under Dow's chin. Or I'll give you something to shout about. The Dogman could hardly look. Dow and Three Trees were always picking at each other. They got fired up quick and damped down quick. The Thunderhead was a different animal. Once that big ox got properly riled, there was no calming. Not without 10 strong men and a lot of rope. Dogman tried to think what Logan would have done. He'd have known how to stop them fighting.
Shit!
Shouted Dogman, jumping up from the fire all of a sudden. There's fucking Shanker crawling all over us, and if we get through with them, there's always Bethard to think on. We've a world full of scores to settle without making more ourselves. Logan's gone, and Three Trees is second, and that's the only say I'll hear. He did some jabbing with his own finger at no one in particular. Then he waited, hoping like hell that it had done the trick. Aye, grunted Grim. Fawley started nodding like a woodpecker. Dogman's right. We need to fight each other like we need the cockroach. Three Trees is second. He's the chief now. It was quiet for a moment, and Dow fixed the Dogman with that cold, empty, killing look, and tackled the nuts between its paws. Dogman swallowed. A lot of men, most men even, wouldn't have dared meet no look like that from Black Dow. He got the name from having the blackest reputation in the north, becoming sudden in the black of night and leaving the villagers behind him black from fire. That was the rumor, that was the fact. It took all the bones Dogman had not to stare at his boots. He was just ready to do it when Dow looked away, eyed the others, one at a time. Most men wouldn't have met that look, but these here weren't most men. You could never have hoped to meet a bloodier crowd, not anywhere under the sun. Not a one of them sat down, or even seemed to consider it. Apart from Fawley the weakest, of course. He was staring at the grass before his turn even came. Once Dow saw they were all against him, he cracked a happy smile, just as if there never was a problem. Fair enough, he said to Three Trees. The anger all seemed to drain away in an instant. What's it to be then, Chief? Three Trees looked over at the woods. He sniffed and sucked at his teeth. He scratched at his beard, taking his moment to think on it. He looked each one of them over, considering. We go south, he said. He smelled them before he saw them, but that was always the way with him. He had a good nose, did the Dogman. That's how he got the name, after all. Being honest, though, anyone could have smelled them. They fucking stank. There were 12 down in the clearing, sitting, eating, grunting to each other in their nasty, dirty tongue, big yellow teeth sticking out everywhere, dressed in lumps of smelly fur and reeking hide and odd bits of rusty armor. Shanker. Flatters, Dogman muttered to himself. He heard a soft hiss behind, turned round to see Grim peering up from behind a bush. He held out his open hand to say stop, tapped the top of his skull to say flatheads, held up his fist, then 2 fingers to say 12, and pointed back down the track towards the others. Grim nodded and faded away into the woods. The Dogman took one last look at the Shanker, just to make sure they were all still unwary. They were, so he slipped back down the tree and off. They're camped round the road. 12 that I saw, maybe more. They're looking for us? Asked Three Trees. Maybe, but they ain't looking too hard. Could we get around them? Asked Fawley, always looking to miss out on the fight. Dow spat onto the ground, always looking to get into one. 12 is nothing. We can do them all right. The Dogman looked over at Three Trees, thinking it out, taking his moment. 12 wasn't nothing, and they all knew it. but it might be better to deal with them than leave them free and easy behind. "What's it to be, Chief?" asked Tull. Three Trees set his jaw. "Weapons." A fighting man's a fool that don't keep his weapons clean and ready. Dogman had been over his no more than an hour before. Still, you won't be killed for checker, while you might be for not doing it. There was the hissing of steel on leather, clicking of wood, and the clanking of metal. Dogman watched Grim twang at his bowstring, check over the feathers on his shafts. He watched Talduru run his thumb down the edge of his big heavy sword, almost as tall as Fawley was, clucking like a chicken at a spot of rust. He watched Black Dow rubbing a rag on the head of his axe, looking at the blade with eyes soft as a lover's. He watched Three Trees tugging at the buckles on his shield straps, swishing his blade through the air, bright metal glinting. The Dogman gave a sigh, pulled the straps on his guard tighter around his left wrist, checked the wood of his bow for cracks. He made sure all his knives were where they should be. You can never have too many knives, Logan had told him once, and he'd taken it right to heart. He watched Fawley checking his short sword with clumsy hands, his mouth chewing away, eyes all wet with fear. And got his own nerves jumping. He glanced round at the others. Dirty, scarred, frowned, and lots of beard. There was no fear there, no fear at all. But that was nothing to be ashamed at. Different men have different ways, Logan had told him once, and you have to have fear to have courage. He'd taken that right to heart as well. He walked over to Fawley and gave him a clap on the shoulder. "You have to have fear to have courage," he said. "That's so?" "So they say, and it's a good thing too." The Dogman leaned close so no one else could hear. "'Cause I'm about ready to shit." He reckoned that's what Logan would have done, and now that Logan had gone back to the mud, it felt different. Fawley gave half a smile, but it slumped pretty fast. More scared than ever. There's only so much you could do. "Right, boys," said Three Trees once the gear was all checked and stowed in its proper places. "Here's how we'll get it done. Grim, Dogman, opposite sides of their camp out in the trees. Wait for the signal, then shoot any flathead with a bow. Failing that, whatever's closest." "Right you are, Chief," said the Dogman. Grim gave a nod. "Tull, you and me take the front, but wait for the signal, eh?" "Aye," rumbled the giant. "Dow, you and Fawley at the back. You come on when you see us go. But this time, you wait for us to go," hissed Three Trees, stabbing with his thick finger. "Course, Chief." Dow shrugged his shoulders, just as though he always did as he was told. "Right then, there it is," said Three Trees. "Anyone still confused? Any empty heads round the fire?" The Dogman mumbled and shook his head. They all did. "Fair enough. Just one more thing." The old boy leaned forward, looking at each of them one by one. "Wait for the fucking signal." It wasn't till the Dogman was hid behind the bush with his bow in his hand and a shaft at the ready that he realized. He'd no idea what the signal was. He looked down at the Shanker, still sat there all unwary, grunting and shouting and banging about. By the dead he needed to piss. Always needed to piss before a fight. Had anyone said the signal? He couldn't remember. "Shit," he whispered. And just then Dow came hurtling out from the trees, axe in one hand, sword in the other. "Fucking flatheads!" he screamed, giving the nearest a fearsome big blow in the head and splattering blood across the clearing. Insofar as you could tell what Shanker was thinking, these ones looked greatly surprised. Dogman reckoned that would have to do for a signal. He let loose his shaft at the nearest flathead, just reaching for a big club, and watched it catch through the armpit with a satisfying thunk. "Ha!" he shouted. He saw Dow spit another through the back with his sword, but there was a big Shanker now with a spear ready to throw. An arrow came looping out of the trees and stuck it through the neck, and it let go a squeal and sprawled out backwards. That Grim was a damn good shot. Now 3 trees came roaring from the scrub on the other side of the clearing, catching them off guard. He barged one flathead in the back with his shield, and it sprawled face first into the fire. He hacked at another with his sword. The dogman let go a shaft, and it stuck a shanker in its gut. It dropped down on its knees, and a moment later, Tull took its head off with a great swing of his sword. The fight was joined and moving quick. Chop, grunt, scrape, rattle. There was blood flying and weapons swinging and bodies dropping too fast for the dogman to try an arrow at. The 3 of them had the last few hemmed in, squawking and gibbering. Tal Duru was swinging his big sword around, keeping them at bay. 3 trees darted in and chopped the legs out from under one, and Dow cut another down as it looked round. The last one squawked and made a run for the trees. Dogman shot at it, but he was hurrying and he missed. The arrow almost hit Dow in the leg, but luckily he didn't notice. It had almost got away into the bushes, then it squealed and fell back, thrashing. Falling had stabbed it, hiding in the scrub. "I got one!" he yelled. It was quiet for a moment, while the dogman scrambled down toward the clearing, and they all looked round to see if there was anything left to fight. Then Black Dow gave a great bellow, shaking his bloody weapons over his head. "We fucking killed him! You nearly killed us all, you damn fool!" shouted 3 trees. "Hey? What about the fucking signal? I thought I heard you shout." "I never." "Did you not?" asked Dow, looking greatly puzzled. "What was the signal, anyhow?" 3 trees gave a sigh and put his head in his hands. Forley was still staring down at his sword. "I got one," he said again. Now that the fight was over, the dogman was about ready to burst, so he turned round and pissed against a tree. "We killed him!" shouted Tull, clapping him on the back. "Watch out!" yelled Dogman as piss went all down his leg. They all had a laugh at him over that. Even Grim had himself a little chuckle. Tull shook 3 trees by the shoulder. "We killed him, Chief!" "We killed these, aye," he said, looking sour. "But there'll be plenty more. Thousands of them. They won't be happy staying up here neither. Up here beyond the mountains. Sooner or later they'll be going south. Maybe in the summer when the pass is clear, maybe later. But it's not long off." The dogman glanced at the others, all shifty and worried after that little speech. The glow of victory hadn't lasted too long.
How's it going?
To the scepter of Or, I command you! It worked. Just as the prophecy said, it worked! To Lion's Arch. To Thunderhead Keep. And you will go to Rin. Destroy them. Tyria will be mine, all mine.
Welcome, friend.
Watching, but just calling my wife to make sure. Okay. Going. Audio.
Long, it never did. He looked round at the dead flatheads on the ground, broken and bloody, sprawled and crumpled. It seemed a hollow little victory they'd had now.
Shouldn't we try and tell them, Three Trees? He asked. Shouldn't we try and warn someone?
Aye. Three Trees gave a sad little smile. Oh. Chapter 16. The Course of True Love. Giselle trudged miserably across the grey Agriont with his fencing steels in his hand, yawning, stumbling, grumbling, still horribly sore from his endless run the day before. He hardly saw anyone as he dragged himself to his daily bullying from Lord Marshal Varus. Apart from the odd premature tweeting of some bird in amongst the gables and the tired scraping of his own reluctant boots, all was quiet. No one was up at this time. No one should be up at this time, him least of all. He hauled his aching legs through the archway and up the tunnel. The sun was barely above the horizon, and the courtyard beyond was full of deep shadows. Squinting into the darkness, he could see Varus sat at the table waiting for him. Damn it. He had hoped to be early for once. Did the old bastard sleep at all?
Lord Marshal!
Shouted Giselle, breaking into a half-hearted jog.
No, not today.
A shiver crept up Giselle's neck. It was not the voice of his fencing master, but there was something unpleasantly familiar about it.
Marshal Varus is busy with more important matters this morning.
Inquisitor Glockter was sitting in the shadows by the table and smiling up with his revolting, gap-toothed grin. Giselle's skin prickled with disgust. It was hardly what one needed first thing in the morning. He slowed to a reluctant walk and stopped next to the table.
You will doubtless be pleased to learn that there will be no running, or swimming, or beam, or heavy bar today, said the cripple. You won't even be needing those.
He waved his cane at Giselle's fencing steels.
We will just be having a little chat, that is all.
The idea of 5 punishing hours with Varus seemed suddenly very appealing, but Giselle was not about to show his discomfort. He tossed his steels onto the table with a loud rattle and sat down carelessly in the other chair, Glockter regarding him from the shadows all the while. Giselle had it in mind to stare him into some kind of submission, but it proved a vain attempt. After a couple of seconds looking at that wasted face, that empty grin, those fever-bright sunken eyes, he began to find the tabletop most interesting.
So, tell me, Captain, why did you take up fencing?
A game, then. A private hand of cards with only 2 players. And everything that was said would get back to Varus, that was sure. Giselle would have to play his hand carefully, keep his cards close and his wits about him. For my own honor, for that of my family, for that of my king, he said coldly. The cripple could try and find fault with that answer.
Ah, so it's for the benefit of your nation that you put yourself through this. What a fine citizen you must be. What selflessness. What an example to us all.
Glockter snorted. Please, if you must lie, at least pick a lie that you yourself find convincing. That answer is an insult to us both. How dare this toothless has-been take that tone with him? Giselle's legs gave a twitch. He was right on the point of getting up and walking away. Varus and his hideous stooge be damned. But he caught the cripple's eye as he put his hands on the arms of the chair to push himself up. Glockter was smiling at him, a mocking sort of smile. To leave would be to admit defeat somehow. Why did he take up fencing anyway? My father wanted me to do it. So, my heart brims with sympathy. The loyal son, bound by his strong sense of duty,
is forced to fulfill his father's ambitions. A familiar tale, like a comfortable old chair we all love to sit in. Tell him what they want to hear, eh? A better answer, but just as far from the truth. Why don't you tell me then? Snapped Giselle sulkily, since you seem to know so much about it. All right, I will. Men don't fence for their king, or for their families, or for the exercise either, before you try that one on me. They fence for the recognition, for the glory. They fence for their own advancement. They fence for themselves. I should know. You should know. Giselle snorted. It hardly seems to have worked in your case. He regretted it immediately. Damn his mouth, it got him in all kinds of trouble. But Glocta only flashed his disgusting smile again. It was working well enough until I found my way into the Emperor's prisons. What's your excuse, liar? Giselle didn't like the way this conversation was going. He was too used to easy victories at the card table and poor players. His skills had dulled. Better to sit this one out until he got the measure of his new opponent. He clamped his jaw shut and said nothing. It takes hard work, of course, winning a contest. You should have seen our mutual friend Colum West working. He sweated at it for months, running around while the rest of us laughed at him. A jumped-up idiot commoner competing with his betters. That's what we all thought. Blundering through his forms, stumbling about on the beam, being made a fool of again and again, day after day. But look at him now. Glocta tapped his cane with a finger. And look at me. Seems he had the last laugh, eh, Captain? Just shows what you can achieve with a little hard work. You've twice the talent he had, and the right blood. You don't have to work 1/10 though hard, but you refuse to work at all. Giselle wasn't about to let that one pass. Not work at all? Don't I put myself through this torture every day? Torture? Asked Glocta sharply. Giselle realized too late his unfortunate choice of words. Well, he mumbled, I know more than a little about both fencing and torture. Believe me when I say, and the Inquisitor's grotesque grin grew wider still, that they're two quite different things. Said Giselle, still off balance. You have the ambition and the means to realize it. A little effort would do it. A few months hard work, then you would probably never need to try at anything again in your life, if that's what you want. A few short months, and you're set. Glocta licked at his empty gums. Barring accidents, of course. It's a great chance you've been offered. I'd take it if I was you. But I don't know. Maybe you're a fool as well as a liar. I'm no fool, said Giselle coldly. It was the best he could do. Glocta raised an eyebrow, then winced, leaning heavily on his cane as he slowly pushed himself to his feet. Give it up, if you like, by all means. Sit around for the rest of your days and drink and talk shit with the rest of the junior officers. There are a lot of people who'd be more than happy to live that life. A lot of people who haven't had the chances you've had. Give it up. Lord Marshal Baruth will be disappointed, and Major West, and your father, and so on. But please believe me when I say, and he leaned down, still smiling his horrible smile, that I couldn't care less. Good day, Captain Luther. And Glocta limped off toward the archway. After that less than delightful interview, Giselle found himself with a few hours of unexpected free time on his hands. But he was scarcely in the frame of mind to enjoy it. He wandered the empty streets, squares, and gardens of the Abrion, thinking grimly on what the cripple had said to him, cursing the name of Glocta, but unable to quite push the conversation from his mouth.
He turned it over and over, every phrase, constantly coming up with new things that he should have said, if only he had thought of them at the time.
Ah, Captain Luther!
Giselle started and looked up. A man he did not recognize was sitting on the dewy grass beneath a tree, smiling up at him, a half-eaten apple in his hand.
The early morning is the perfect time for a stroll, I find. Calm and grey and clean and empty. It's nothing like the gaudy pinkness of evening time. All that clutter, all those people coming and going. How can one think in amongst all that nonsense? And now I see you are of the same mind. How delightful.
He took a big crunching bite out of the apple. Do I know you?
Oh, no,
said the stranger, getting to his feet and brushing some dirt from the seat of his trousers.
Not yet. My name is Sulfur. Yoru Sulfur.
Really? And what brings you to the Agriont?
You might say I have come on a diplomatic mission.
Giselle looked him over, trying to place his origin. A mission from?
From my master, of course,
said Sulfur unhelpfully. His eyes were different colors, Giselle noticed. Ugly and off-putting characteristics, he rather thought. And your master is?
A very wise and powerful man.
He stripped the core with his teeth and tossed it away into the bushes, wiping his hands on the front of his shirt.
I see you've been fencing.
Giselle glanced down at his field. Yes, he said, realizing that he had finally come to a decision. But for the last time, I'm giving it up.
Hear me, no.
The strange man seized Giselle by the shoulder.
Oh, dear me, no, you mustn't.
What?
No, my master would be horrified if he knew. Horrified. Give up fencing and you give up more than that. This is how one comes to the notice of the public, you see. They decide in the end. There's no nobility without the commoners. No nobility at all. They decide.
What? Giselle glanced around the park, hoping to catch sight of a guard, so he could notify him that a dangerous madman was loose in the Agriont.
No, you mustn't give it up. I won't hear of it. No, indeed. I'm sure that you'll stick with it after all. You must.
Giselle shook Sulfur's hand off his shoulder.
Who are you? Sulfur. Yoru Sulfur at your service. See you again, Captain, at the contest, if not before.
And he waved over his shoulder as he strolled off. Giselle stared after him, mouth slightly open. Damn it! He shouted, throwing his steels down on the grass. Everyone seemed to want to take a hand in his business today, even crazy strangers in the park. As soon as he thought it was late enough, Giselle went to call on Major West. You could always be sure of a sympathetic ear with him, and Giselle was hoping that he might be able to manipulate his friend into breaking the bad news to Lord Marshal Varus. That was a scene that he wanted no part of, if he could possibly avoid it. He knocked on the door and waited. He knocked again. The door opened. Captain Luther! What an almost unbearable honor. Ardy, muttered Giselle, somewhat surprised to find her here. It's good to see you again. For once, he actually meant it. She was interesting, is what she was. It was a new and refreshing thing for him to actually be interested in what a woman had to say. And she was damn good looking, too. There was no denying it. And seemed prettier every time he saw her. Nothing could ever happen between them, of course. What with West was his friend and all. But there was no harm in looking, was there? Is your brother around? She threw herself carelessly down onto the settle against the wall, one leg stretched out, looking very sour. He's out. Gone out. Always busy. Much too busy for me. There was a definite flush to her cheek. Sal's eye lighted on the decanter. The stopper was out, and the wine was halfway down. Are you drunk? Somewhat. She squinted at a half-full wine glass at her elbow. But mostly,
I'm just bored. It's not even 10.
Can't have you bored before 10. Know what I mean. Leave the moralizing to my brother. Suits him better.
Have a drink.
She waved her hand at the bottle.
You look like you need one.
Well, that's true enough. He poured himself a glass and sat down in a chair facing Adi, while she regarded him with heavy-lidded eyes. She took her own glass from the table. There was a thick book lying next to it, face down.
How's the book?
Asked Giselle.
The Fall of the Master Maker in 3 volumes. They say it's one of the great classics of history.
A lot of boring rubbish, he snorted derisively.
Full of wise magi, stern knights with mighty swords, and ladies with mightier bosoms. Magic, violence, and romance in equal measure. Utter shit.
She slapped the book off the table, and it tumbled onto the carpet, pages flapping.
Must be something you can find to keep busy. Really, what would you suggest? My cousins do a lot of embroidery. Fuck it.
Said Giselle, smiling. The swearing no longer seemed half so offensive as it had done when they first met.
What did you do at home in Anglia?
Oh, home. Her head dropped against the back of the settle.
I thought I was bored there. I could hardly wait to come here to the bright center of things. Now I can hardly wait to go back. Marry some farmer, have a dozen brats. At least I'd get some conversation that way.
She closed her eyes and sighed.
But Colin won't let me. He feels responsible now that our father's dead. Thinks it's too dangerous. He'd rather I didn't get slaughtered by the Northmen. But that's about where his sense of responsibility ends. Certainly doesn't extend to spending 10 minutes together with me. So it looks like I'm stuck here, with all you arrogant snobs.
Giselle shifted uncomfortably in his seat. He seems to manage.
Oh, yes, snorted Ardy. Colin West, he's a damn fine fellow. Won a contest, don't you know? First through the breach at Ulriok, wasn't he? No breeding at all. Never be one of us. But a damn fine fellow for a commoner. Shame about that upstart sister of his, though. Too clever by half. And this drinks,
she whispered.
Doesn't know her place. Total disgrace. Best just to ignore her.
She sighed again.
Yes, the sooner I go home, the happier everyone will be. I won't be happy.
Yeah, did he say that out loud? Ardy laughed, none too pleasantly.
Well, it's enormously noble of you to say so. Why aren't you fencing, anyway?
Marshal Varuz was busy today. He paused for a moment.
In fact, I had your friend Sandan Glockter as fencing master this morning. Really? What did he have to say for himself?
Various things.
He called me a fool. Imagine that.
Giselle frowned.
Yes, well, I'm as bored with fencing as you are with that book. That was what I wanted to talk to your brother about. I'm thinking of giving it up.
She burst out laughing, snorting, gurgling peals of it. Her whole body was shaking. Wine sloshed out of her glass and splattered across the floor.
What's so funny?
He demanded.
It's just...
She wiped a tear from her eye.
I had a bet with Colin. He was sure you'd stick at it, and now I'm 10 marks richer. I'm not sure that I like being the subject of your bet, said Giselle sharply. I'm not sure I give a damn. This is serious. No, it isn't, she snapped. For my brother, it was serious. He had to do it. No one even notices you if you don't have a Dan in your name, and who'd know better than me? You're the only person who's given me the time of day since I got here, and then only because Colin made you. I've precious little money and no blood at all, and that makes me less than nothing to the likes of you. The men ignore me, and the women cut me dead. I've got nothing here. Nothing and no one. You think you've got the hard life? Please. I might take up fencing. she said bitterly. "Ask the Lord Marshal if he has space for a pupil, would you? At least then I'd have someone to talk to." Giselle blinked. That wasn't interesting, that was rude. "Hold on. You've no idea what it's like to—" "Oh, stop whinging. How old are you, 5? Why don't you go back to sucking on your mother's tit, infant?" He could hardly believe what he was hearing. How dare she? "My mother's dead," he said. Ha! That should make her feel guilty, squeeze an apology out of her. It didn't. "Dead? Lucky her. At least she doesn't have to listen to your damn whining. You spoiled little rich boys are all the same. You get everything you could possibly want, then throw a tantrum because you have to pick it up yourself. You're pathetic. You make me fucking sick." Giselle goggled. His face was burning, stinging, as if he'd been slapped. He'd rather have been slapped. He had never been spoken to like that in his life. Never. It was worse than Glockter, much worse, and far more unexpected. He realized his mouth was hanging half open. He snapped it shut, grinding his teeth together, slapped his glass down on the table, and got up to leave. He was turning to the door when it suddenly opened, leaving him and Major West staring at each other. "Giselle," said West, at first simply surprised, and then, as he glanced over at his sister, sprawling on the settle, slightly suspicious. "What are you doing here?" I came to see you, actually." "Oh, yes?" "Yes. But it can wait. Nice things to do." And Giselle pushed past his friend and out into the corridor. "What was all that about?" he heard West saying as he strode away from the room. "Are you drunk?" With every step, Giselle's fury mounted until he was halfway to being strangled by it. He had been the victim of an assault, a savage and undeserved attack. He stopped in the corridor, trembling with rage, his breath snorting in his nose like he'd run 10 miles, his fists clenched painfully tight. And from a woman, too. A woman! And a bloody commoner! How dare she? He had wasted time on her and laughed at her jokes and found her attractive. She should have been honored to be noticed. Fucking bitch! He snarled to himself. He had half a mind to go back and say it to her face, but it was too late. He stared around for something to hit. How to pay her back? How? Then it came to him. Prove her wrong. Prove her wrong, and that crippled bastard Glockter, too. He'd show them how hard he could work. He'd show them he was no fool, no liar, no spoiled child. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. He'd win this damn contest, is what he'd do. That'd wipe the smiles off their faces. He set off briskly down the corridor with a strange new feeling building in his chest. A sense of purpose. That was what it was. Perhaps it wasn't too late for a run. Chapter 17. How Dogs Are Trained. Practical Frost stood by the wall, utterly motionless, utterly silent, barely visible in the deep shadows, a part of the building. The albino hadn't moved an inch in an hour or more, hadn't shifted his feet, hadn't blinked, hadn't breathed that Glockter had noticed, his eyes fixed on the street before them. Glockter himself cursed, shifted uncomfortably, winced, scratched his face, sucked at his empty gun. A few minutes more and I might fall asleep, drop into that stinking canal and drown. So many happened then. He watched the oily, smelly water below him flat and ripple. Body down, floating by the dogs, floated by the sea water, far beyond designated land. Frost touched his arm in the darkness, pointed down the street with his white finger. 3 men were moving slowly toward them, walking with the slightly bow-legged stance of men who spend a lot of time aboard ship, keeping their balance on a swaying deck. So that's one half of our little party. Better late than never.
The three sailors came halfway across the bridge over the canal, then stopped and waited, no more than 20 strides away. Glockter could hear the tone of their conversation, brash, confident, common accents. He shuffled slightly further into the shadows, clinging to the building. Now footsteps came from the opposite direction, hurried footsteps. Two more men appeared, walking quickly down the street. One, a very tall, thin fellow in an expensive-looking fur coat, was glancing suspiciously around him. That must be Gottfried Hornback's man. His companion had a sword at his hip and was struggling with a big wooden trunk over one shoulder. Bodyguard or both? He is American. Glockter felt the hairs on the back of his neck prickling as they neared the bridge. Hornlack exchanged a few quick words with one of the sailors, a man with a big brown beard. "Ready?" he whispered to Frost. The practical nodded. "Hold!" shouted Glockter at the top of his voice. "In the name of His Majesty!" Hornlack's servant spun round, dropping the trunk onto the bridge with a bang, hand moving toward his sword. There was a soft twang from the shadows on the other side of the road. The servant looked surprised, gave a snort, then toppled onto his face. Practical Frost strode swiftly out of the shadows, feet padding on the road. Hornlack stared down, wide-eyed, at the corpse of his bodyguard, then across at the hulking albino. He turned to the sailors. "Help me!" he cried. "Stop him!" Their leaders smiled back. "I don't think so." His two companions moved without hurry to block the bridge. The mercer stumbled away, took a faltering step toward the shadows by the canal on the other side. Severard appeared from a doorway before him, flat bow rested across his shoulder. His face the bow with a bunch of flowers. He'd look as if he was on his way to a wedding. You'd never think that he just killed a man. Surrounded, Hornlack could only look around, dumbly, eyes wide with fear and surprise as the two practicals approached, Glockter limping up behind them. "But I paid you!" Hornlack shouted desperately at the sailors. "You paid me for a berth," said their captain. "Loyalty is extra." Practical Frost's big white hand slapped down on the merchant's shoulder, forced him onto his knees. Severard strolled over to the bodyguard, wedged the dirty toe of his boot under the body, and rolled it over. The corpse stared up at the night sky, eyes glassy, the feathers of the flat bow bolt sticking out from his neck. The blood round his mouth looked black in the moonlight. "Dead," grunted Severard, most unnecessarily. "A bolt through the neck will do that," said Glockter. "Clean him up, would you?" "Right you are." Severard grabbed the bodyguard's feet and hauled them over the parapet of the bridge. Then he took him under the armpits and heaved the bodies straight over the side with a grunt. So smooth, so clean, so practiced. You can tell he's done it before. There was a splash as the corpse hit the slimy water below. Frost had Hornlack's hands tied firmly behind him now and the bag on. The prisoner squawked through the canvas as he was dragged to his feet. Glockter himself shuffled over to the three sailors, his legs numb after all that time spent standing still in the alley. "And here we are," he said, pulling a heavy purse from his inside coat pocket. He held it swinging just above the captain's waiting car. "Tell me, what happened, eh?" The old sailor smiled, weathered face crinkling up like boot leather. "My cargo was spoiling. We had to be away on the first tide. I told him that. Waited and waited. Half the night down by that stinking canal, but would you believe it? The bastard never showed."
Look at
"Very good.
one
That's
viewer
the
you've been
story
seeing.
I'd tell in Westport, if anyone should ask." The captain looked hurt. "That's how it happened, Inquisitor. What other story could there be?" Glockter let the purse drop, and the money jingled inside. "With the compliments of His Majesty." The captain weighed the purse in his hand. "Always pleased to do His Majesty a favor." and he and his two companions turned, all yellow smiles, and made off toward the fields. "Right then," said Gloster. "Let's get on with it."
Where are my clothes?
Shouted Hornlack, wriggling in his chair. "I do apologize for that. I know it's quite uncomfortable, but clothes can hide things. Leave a man his clothes and leave him pride and dignity, and all kinds of things. That is not what happened here. I never question a prisoner with their clothes on. Do you remember Salem Rules?"
Who?
Salem Rules. One of your people, a Mercer. We caught him dodging the king's taxes. Made a confession, named a few people. I wanted to talk to them, but they all died. The merchant's eyes flickered left and right.
You drop a chat if
His
you like
options,
Guild Wars.
trying to guess what we might know.
People die all the time.
Gloster stared at the painted corpse of Juvens behind his prisoner, bleeding bright red paint over the wall.
Or the
Of
audiobook
course,
for that matter.
but not quite so violent. I have a notion that someone wanted them, that someone ordered them dead. I have a notion it was you.
You've got no proof. No proof. You won't get away with this.
Proof means nothing. But darling, Rules survives. He's just down the hall as it goes. No friends left, blubbering away, naming every Mercer he can think of, or that we can think of. Narrowed eyes, but no reply. We used them to catch carpy.
Carpy?
Asked the merchant, trying to make nonsense. Surely you remember your assassin. Slightly flabby Styrian, acne scars, swears a lot. We have him too. He told us the whole story. How you hired him, how much you paid him, what you asked him to do. The whole story. The doctor smiled. He had an excellent memory for a killer, very detailed. The fear was showing now, just a trace of it, but Hornlack rallied well.
This is an affront to my guild.
He shouted with as much authority as he could muster, naked and tied to a chair.
My master, Castadan Colt, will never allow this, and he's a close friend of Superior K-Line.
Shit on K-Line, he's finished. Besides, Colt thinks you're tucked up safe aboard that ship, bound for Westport and far beyond our reach. I don't think you'll be missed for several weeks. The merchant's face had gone slack. A great deal could happen in that time. A very great deal. Hornlack's tongue darted over his lips. He glanced furtively up at Frost, and Severard leaned slightly forward. So, now comes the bargaining.
Inquisitor,
He said in a wheedling tone.
if I've learned one thing from life, it's that every man wants something. Every man has his price, yes? And we have deep pockets. You have only to name it. Only name it. What do you want?
What
Just looking at my
do
guide
I
for this
want?
mission.
Asked Gloster, leaning in to a more conspiratorial distance.
Yes. What's this all about? What do you want?
Hornlack was smiling now, a coy, clever little smile. How quaint, but you won't buy your way out of this. I want my teeth back. The merchant's smile began to fade. I want my leg back. Hornlack swallowed. I want my life back. The prisoner had turned very pale. No? Then perhaps I'll settle for your head on a stick. You've nothing else I want, no matter how deep your pockets are. Hornlack was trembling slightly now. No more bluster, no more deals. Then we can begin. Gloster picked up the paper in front of him and read the first question. What is your name?
Look, Inquisitor, I
Frost smashed the table with his fist, and Hornlack cowered in his chair.
Answer his fucking question!
Screamed Severard in his face.
Godfred Hornlack!
Squealed the merchant. Gloster nodded. Good. You are a senior member of the Guild of Mercers?
Yes, yes.
The cult's deputies, in fact?
You know I am.
Have you conspired with other Mercers to defraud His Majesty?
There you go, one more viewer.
Did you hire an assassin to willfully murder 10 of His Majesty's subjects? Were you ordered to do by Majesty Oxford Colt, the head of the Guild of Mercers?
No!
Shouted Hornlack, voice squeaky with panic. Not the answer. Gloster glanced up at Practical Frost. The big white fist sank into the merchant's gut, and he gave a gentle sigh and slid sideways. My mother keeps dogs.
Let me know if you like Guild Wars.
Said Gloster. Dogs, hissed Severard in the gasping merchant's ear as he shoved him
Never
back
heard of
into
this
the chair.
game. It's
She
old,
loves them.
but it's good.
Trains them to do all manner of tricks. Gloster pursed his lips. Do you know how dogs are trained? Hornlack was still winded, lolling in his chair with watering eyes, some way from being able to speak. At that stage, a fish moved suddenly up in the water, mouth opening and closing, no sound. Repetition, said Gloster. Repeat, repeat, repeat. You must have that dog perform his trick 100 times the same, and then you must do it all again. It's all about repetition. And if you want that dog to bark on you, you mustn't be shy with the whip. You're going to bark when you form that in front of the open council.
You're mad!
Cried the mercer, staring around at them.
You're all mad!
Gloster flashed his empty smile. If you like, if it helped. He glanced back at the paper in his hand. What is your name? The prisoner swallowed.
Godfred Hornlack.
You are a senior member of the Guild of Mercers?
Yes,
One of Magister Colt's deputies, in fact?
yes.
Have you conspired with other Mercers to defraud His Majesty the King? Did you hire an assassin to willfully murder 10 of His Majesty's subjects? Were you ordered so to do by Magister Colt, head of the Guild of Mercers? Hornlack cast desperately around him. Frost stared back. Severard stared back. Well? Demanded Gloster. The merchant closed his eyes.
Yes,
He whimpered. What's that?
yes!
Gloster smiled. Excellent. Now, tell me, what is your name? Chapter 18. Tea and Vengeance. It's a beautiful country, isn't it? Asked Bayer, staring up at the rugged fells on either side of the road. Their horses' hooves thumped slowly along the track, the steady sound at odds with Logan's unease. Is it? Well, it's a hard country, of course, to those who don't know its ways. A tough country and unforgiving. But there's something noble there, too. The first of the Magi swept his arm across the view, breathed in the cold air with relish. It has honesty, integrity. The best steel doesn't always shine the brightest. He glanced over, swaying gently in his saddle. You should know that. I can't say I see the beauty of it. No? What do you see? Logan let his eyes wander over the steep, grassy slopes, spotted with patches of sedge and brown gorse, studded with outcrops of grey rock and stands of trees. I see good ground for a battle, provided you got here first. Really? How so? Logan pointed at a knobbly hilltop.
Archers on the bluff there couldn't be seen from the road, and you could hide most of your foot in these rocks. A few of the lightest armored left on the slopes, just to draw the enemy on up the steepest ground there. He pointed to the thorny bushes that covered the lower slopes. You'd let them come on away, then when they were struggling through that gorse, you'd give them the arrows. Shafts falling on you from above like that, that's no fun at all. They come quicker and further, and they bite deeper. That'd break them up. By the time they got to the rocks, they'd be dog-tired and running short on discipline. That would be the time to charge. A bunch of carls leaping out of those stones, charging down from above, fresh and keen and screaming like devils. That could break them right there. Logan narrowed his eyes at the hillside. He'd been on both sides of a surprise like that, and in neither case was the memory a pleasant one. But if they had a mind to hold, a few horsemen in those trees could finish it up. A few named men, a few hard fighters, bearing down on you from a place you never expected them. That's a terrifying thing. That'd make them run. But tired as they'd be, they wouldn't run too fast. That means prisoners. Prisoners might mean ransoms, or at least enemies cheaply killed. I see a slaughter, or a victory worth the singing, depending which side you're on. That's what I see. Baez smiled, head nodding with the slow movement of his horse. Was it Stolicus who said, "The ground must be a general's best friend, or it becomes his worst enemy"? I never heard of him, but he was right enough. This is good ground for an army, providing you got here first. Get in there first is the trick. We don't have an army, however. These trees could hide a few horsemen even better than a lot. Logan glanced sidelong at the wizard. He was slouched happily in the saddle, enjoying a pleasant ride in the country. I don't think Bethod will have appreciated your advice. I had scores enough with him already. He got wounded where he feels it most, his pride. He'll want vengeance. Want it badly. Most widespread of northern pastimes, its popularity never seems to wane. Logan stared grimly around at the trees, the rocks, the folds in the valley's sides, the many hiding places. There'll be men out in these hills looking for us. Small bands of skilled and battle-hardened men, well-mounted and well-armed, familiar with the land. Now Bethod has finished all his enemies, there's nowhere in the north out of his reach. They might be waiting there, pointed off towards some rocks by the road, or in those trees, or those. Malachus Quai, riding up ahead with the pack horse, glanced nervously around. They could be anywhere. Does that frighten you? Asked Baez. Everything frightens me, and it's well that it does. Fear is a good friend to the hunted. It's kept me alive this long. The dead are fearless, and I don't care to join them. He'll send men to the library, too. Oh, yes, to burn my books and so on. Does that frighten you? Not much. The stones by the gate have the word of Juvens on them, and that is not to be denied even now. No one with violence in mind can come near. I imagine Bethod's men will wander around the lake in the rain until they run out of food, all the while thinking how very strange it is that they cannot find so large a thing as a library. No, said the wizard happily, scratching his beard. I would concentrate on our own predicament. What happens, do you think, if we're caught? Bethod will kill us, and in the most unpleasant manner he can think of. Unless he has in mind to be merciful and let us off with a warning. That is likely. Our best chance is to make for the White Flow. Try to get across the river into Angland and trust to luck we aren't seen. Logan didn't like trusting to luck. The very word left a sour taste. He peered up at the cloudy sky. We could do with some bad weather,
A healthy downpour could hide us nicely. The skies had been pissing on him for weeks, but now that he needed rain, they refused to produce a drop. Malachus Quai was looking over his shoulder at them, his eyes big and round with worry.
Shouldn't we try to move faster?
Perhaps, said Logan, patting the neck of his horse.
But that would tire the horses.
We may need all the speed we can get later. We could hide in the day and travel by night, but then we risk getting lost. We're better as we are. Move slowly and hope we aren't seen. He frowned at the hilltop. Hope we haven't been seen already. Friars, then this might be the best time to tell you that witch Kaurib isn't half the fool I pretended she was. Logan felt a sinking sensation. No? No. For all her pink and gold and chat about the utmost north, who knows what she is about? The long eye, they call it. An old trick, but effective. She has been watching us.
She knows where we are.
She knows when we left, more than likely, and in what direction we were heading. That does nothing for our chances. I should say not. Shit. Logan caught some movement in the trees to their left, and he snatched hold of the hilt of his sword. A couple of birds took to the skies. He waited, heart in his mouth. Nothing. He let his hand drop back. We should have killed them while we had the chance, all three of them. But we didn't, and there it is. Baez looked over at Logan. If they do catch us, what's your plan? Run, and hope our horses are the faster. And this one? Asked Baez. The wind blew keenly through the hollow in spite of the trees, making the flames of the campfire flicker and dance. Malachus Quai hunched his shoulders and drew his blanket tight around them. He peered at the short stem that Baez was holding up to him, forehead crinkled with concentration. This was the fifth plant, and the miserable apprentice had yet to get one of them right.
Is that, Iliath?
Iliath? Echoed the wizard, his face giving no clue as to whether it was the right answer. He was merciless as Bethod where his apprentice was concerned.
Perhaps?
Hardly. The apprentice closed his eyes and sighed for the fifth time that evening. Logan felt for him, he really did, but there was nothing to be done. Ursulum, in the old tongue, the round-leafed kind.
Yes, of course, Ursulum. It was at the end of my tongue the whole time.
If the name was at the end of your tongue, then the uses of the plant cannot be far behind, eh? The apprentice narrowed his eyes and looked hopefully up towards the night sky, as though the answer might be written in the stars.
Is it for aches in the joints?
No, it is decidedly not. I'm afraid your aching joints will still be troubling you. Baez turned the stem slowly round in his fingers. Ursulum has no uses, not that I know of. It's just a plant. He tossed it away into the bushes.
Just a plant,
echoed Quai, shaking his head. Logan sighed and rubbed his tired eyes. I'm sorry, Master Nine Fingers, are we boring you? What does it matter? Asked Logan, throwing his hands up in the air. Who cares about the name of a plant with no use? Baez smiled. A fair point. Tell us, Malachus, what does it matter?
If a man seeks to change the world, he should first understand it.
The apprentice trotted the words out as if by rote, evidently relieved to be asked a question he knew the answer to.
The smith must learn the ways of metals, the carpenter the ways of wood, or their work will be of but little worth. Base magic is wild and dangerous, for it comes from the other side. To draw from the world below is fraught with peril. The Magus tempers magic with knowledge, and thus produces high art. But like the smith or the carpenter, he should only seek to change that which he understands. With each thing he learns, his power is increased. So must the Magus strive to learn all, to understand the world entire. The tree is only as strong as its root, and knowledge is the root of power.
Don't tell me Juven's Principles of Art? The very first lines, said Ryan. Forgive me for saying so, but I've been on this world for more than 30 years, and I've yet to understand a single thing that's happened. To know the world completely, to understand everything, that's quite a task. The Magus chuckled. An impossible one, to be sure. To truly know and understand even a blade of grass is the study of a lifetime, and the world is ever changing. That is why we tend to specialize. So, what did you choose?
Another viewer?
Fire, said Byers, gazing happily into the flames, the light dancing on his bald head. Fire and force and will. But even in my chosen fields, after countless long years of study, I remain a novice. The more you learn, the more you realize how little you know. Still, the struggle itself is worthwhile. Knowledge is the root of power, after all. So, with enough knowledge, you Magi can do anything? Byers frowned. There are limits, and there are rules. Like the first law? Master and apprentice glanced up at Logan as one. It's forbidden to speak with devils, am I right? It was plain that Quai didn't remember his fevered outburst. His mouth was open with surprise. Byers' eyes only narrowed a little, with the faintest trace of suspicion. Why, yes, you are, said the first of the Magi. It is forbidden to touch the other side directly. The first law must apply to all without exception, as must the second, which is, it is forbidden to eat the flesh of men. Logan raised an eyebrow. You wizards get up to some strange stuff. Byers smiled. Oh, you don't know the half of it. He turned to his apprentice, holding up a lumpy brown root. And now, Master Quai, would you be good enough to tell me the name of this? Logan couldn't help grinning to himself. He knew this one. Come, come, Master Quai, we don't have all night. Logan wasn't able to stand the apprentice's misery any longer. He leaned toward him, pretending to poke at the fire with a stick, coughed to conceal his words, and whispered, crow's foot, under his breath. Byers was a good distance away, and the wind was still rustling in the trees. There was no way the Magus could have heard him. Quai played his part well. He continued to peer at the root, brow knitted in thought. Is it crow's foot? He ventured. Byers raised an eyebrow. Why, yes it is. Well done, Malachus. And can you tell me its uses? Logan coughed again. Wounds, he whispered, looking carelessly off into the bushes, one hand shielding his mouth. He might not know too much about plants. On the subject of wounds, he had a wealth of experience. I believe it's good for wounds, said Quai slowly. Excellent, Master Quai. Crow's foot is correct, and it is good for wounds. Glad to see we are making some progress after all. He cleared his throat. It does seem curious that you should use that name, however. They only call this crow's foot north of the mountains. I certainly never taught you that name. I wonder who it is you know from that part of the world. He glanced over at Logan. Have you ever considered a career in the magical arts, Master Nine Fingers? He narrowed his eyes at Quai once more. I may have space for an apprentice. Malachus hung his head. Sorry, Master Byers. You are indeed.
Perhaps you could clean the pots for us. That task may be better suited to your talents. Quai reluctantly shrugged off his blanket, collected the dirty bowls, and shuffled off through the brush towards the stream. Baez bent over the pot on the fire, adding some dried-up leaves to the bubbling water. The flickering light of the flames caught the underside of his face. The steam curled around his bald head. All in all, he looked quite the part. "What is that?" asked Logan, reaching for his pipe. "Some spell? Some potion? Some great work of high art?" "Tea. Leaves of a certain plant boiled up in water. It is considered quite a luxury in Gurkul." He poured some of the brew out into a cup. "Would you like to try it?" Logan sniffed at it suspiciously. "Smells like feet." "Suit yourself." Baez shook his head and sat back down beside the fire, wrapping both hands around the steaming cup. "But you're missing out on one of nature's greatest gifts to man." He took a sip and smacked his lips in satisfaction. "Calming to the mind, invigorating to the body. There are few ills a good cup of tea won't help with." Logan pressed a lump of chagar into the bowl of his pipe. "How about an axe in the head?" "That's one of them," admitted Baez with a grin. "Tell me, Master Nine Fingers, why all the blood between you and Bethel? Did you not fight for him many times? Why do you hate each other so?" Logan paused as he was sucking smoke from the pipe, let his breath out. "There are reasons," he said stiffly. The wounds of that time were still raw. He didn't like anyone picking at them. Reasons. Baez looked down at his teacup. "And what of your reasons? Does this feud not cut both ways?" "Perhaps. But you are willing to wait?" "I'll have to be." You are very patient for a Northman." Logan thought of Bethod and his loathsome sons, and the many good men they'd killed for their ambitions, the men he'd killed for their ambitions. He thought of the Shankar and his family, and the ruins of the village by the sea. He thought of all his dead friends. He sucked at his teeth and stared at the fire. "I've settled a few scores in my time, but it only led to more. Vengeance can feel fine, but it's a luxury. It doesn't fill your belly or keep the rain off. To fight my enemies, I need friends behind me. I'm clean out of friends. You have to be realistic. It's been a while since my ambitions went beyond getting through each day alive." Baez laughed. His eyes
This
glittered
meddling
with
is
firelight.
nothing more than a minor annoyance. You're
asked
only
Logan,
delaying
handing
the
pipe
inevitable.
across to him. "No offense, but you are an endless source of surprises. Not at all what I was expecting. You are quite the riddle." "Me?" "Oh, yes. The Bloody Nine," he whispered, opening his eyes up wide. "That's one bastard of a reputation you're carrying, my friend. The stories they tell. One bastard of a name. Why, mothers scare their children with it." Logan said nothing. There was no denying it. Baez sucked slowly on the pipe, then blew out a long plume of smoke. "I've been thinking about the day that Prince Calder paid us a visit." Logan snorted. "I try not to spare him too much thought." "Nor I. But it wasn't his behavior that interested me. It was yours." "It was? I don't remember doing a thing." Baez pointed the stem of the pipe at Logan from across the fire. "Ah, but that is my point exactly. I have known many fighting men, soldiers and generals and champions and whatnot. A great fighter must act quickly, decisively, whether with his own arm or with an army, for he who strikes first often strikes last. So fighters come to rely on their baser instincts, to answer always with violence, to become proud and brutal." Baez passed the pipe back to Logan.
But whatever the stories, you are not such a one. I know plenty who disagree. Perhaps. But the fact remains, Calder slighted you, and you did nothing. So, you know when you should act, and act quickly, but you also know when not to.
Fire imps are
That shows
very
restraint
difficult.
and a calculating mind. Perhaps I was just afraid. Of him? Come now. You didn't seem afraid of Scale, and he's a deal more worrying. And you walked 40 miles with my apprentice over your back, and that shows courage and compassion, too. A rare combination indeed. Violence and restraint, calculation and compassion. And you speak to the spirits, too. Logan raised an eyebrow. Not often, and only when there's no one else around. Their talk is dull, and not half so flattering as yours. Ah, that's true. The spirits have little to say to men, I understand, though I have never spoken with them. I have not the gift. You have these days. He took another swallow from his cup, peering at Logan over the rim. I can scarcely think of another one alive. Malachus stumbled from the trees, shivering, and set the wet bowls down. He grabbed his blanket, wrapped it tightly around him, then peered hopefully at the steaming pot on the fire. Is that tea? Baez ignored him. Tell me, Master Ninefingers, in all the time since you arrived at my library, you have never once asked me why I sent for you, or why now we are wandering through the north in peril of our lives. That strikes me as odd. Not really. I don't want to know. Don't want to? All my life, I've sought to know things. What's on the other side of the mountains? What are my enemies thinking? What weapons will they use against me? What friends can I trust? Logan shrugged. Knowledge may be the root of power, but each new thing I've learned has left me worse off. He sucked again on the pipe, but it was finished. He tapped the ashes out onto the ground. Whatever it is you want from me, I will try to do. But I don't want to know until it's time. I'm sick of making my own decisions. They're never the right ones. Ignorance is the sweetest medicine, my father used to say. I don't want to know. Baez stared at him. It was the first time Logan had seen the first of the Magi look at all surprised. Malachus Quai cleared his throat. I'd like to know, he said in a small voice, looking hopefully up at his master. Yes, murmured Baez, but you don't get to ask. It was around midday that it all went wrong. Logan was just starting to think that they might make it on the White Flag, maybe even live out the week. It felt as if he lost his concentration for just a moment. Unfortunately, it was the one moment that mattered. Still, it was well done, you had to give them that. They'd chosen their spot carefully and tied rags around their horses' hooves to muffle the sound. Three Trees might have seen it coming if he'd been with them, but he had an eye for the ground like no other. The Dogman might have smelled them if he'd been there, but he had the nose for it. The fact was, neither of them was there. The dead are no help at all. There were 3 horsemen waiting for them as they rounded a blind corner, well armed and armored, dirty faces but clean weapons, veterans each man. The one on the right was thick-set and powerful looking, with almost no neck. The one on the left was tall and gaunt, with small, hard eyes. Both of them had round helmets, coats of weathered mail, and long spears lowered and ready. Their leader sat on his horse like a bag of turnips, slouched in the saddle with the ease of the expert horseman.
The door of Komari must be
He nodded
closed.
to Logan.
Kill the lich while he
the Bryn,
stands atop the
bloody
bloodstone
nine.
inside the
It's
caldera.
right good to see you again.
If you do this, his spirit will recharge the soul
Muttered Logan,
batteries,
forcing
and the
a
door
friendly
will
smile
close
onto his
again.
face. It had warmed my heart to see
You
you
have
too,
served Ascalon
distinctly
well.
different.
I beg of you.
They are as
Do
they
one
are.
last duty for your prince.
The old warrior's eyes moved slowly
Anything, my
over
prince.
Baez, Quai, and
End my
Logan
misery.
as he spoke,
Release
taking
me from
their
the Lich's
weapons,
spell,
or the lack of
if
them,
that is what you
working
wish.
out his game. A stupider opponent could have evened up the odds, but Blacktoe was a named man and no fool. His eyes came to rest on Logan's hand as it crept slowly across his body towards the hilt of his sword, and he shook his head slowly.
Travel well, Prince
None of your
Rag,
tricks, Bloody Nine.
until we meet you
You can
again
see we've
in the
got you.
Hall of Heroes.
And he nodded over at the trees behind them. Logan's heart sank even lower. 2 more riders had appeared and were trotting forwards to complete the trap, their muffled hooves barely making a sound on the soft ground by the road. Logan chewed his lip. Blacktoe was right, damn him. The 4 horsemen closed in, lowered spear points swaying, faces cold, minds set to the task. Malachus Quai stared at them with frightened eyes, his horse shying back. Baez smiled pleasantly, as though they were his oldest friends. Logan would have liked a touch of the wizard's composure. His own heart was hammering, his mouth was sour. Blacktoe nudged his horse forward, one hand gripping the shaft of his axe, the other resting on his knee, not even using the reins. He was a masterful horseman, famous for it. That's what happens when a man loses all his toes to the frost. Riding is quicker than walking, that has to be admitted, but when it came to fighting, Logan preferred to keep his feet firmly on the ground.
Better be coming with us now,
Said the old warrior.
better all round.
Logan could hardly agree, but the odds were stacked high against him. A sword may have a voice, as Baez had said, but a spear is a damn good thing for poking a man off a horse, and there were 4 of them closing in around him. He was caught, outnumbered, off guard, and with the wrong tools for the task. Yet again. Best to play for time and hope some chance might show itself. Logan cleared his throat, doing his best to take the fear out of his voice.
Never thought you'd make your peace with Bethod, Blacktoe. Not you.
The old warrior scratched at his long matted beard.
Yo, how's it going?
I was one of the last, truth be told. But I knelt in the end, same as all the rest. Can't say I liked it any, but there it is. Best let me have the blade, Nine Fingers. What about Old Man Yule? You telling me he bows to Bethod? Or did you just find a master to suit you
Boss
better?
fight.
Blacktoe didn't get upset by the jibe, not in the least. He just looked sad and tired.
Yul's dead, as though you didn't know. Most of them are. Bethod doesn't suit me much at all as a master, and nor do his sons. No man likes licking Scales' fat arse, or Calder's skinny one, you should know that. Now give up the sword. The day's wasting and we've ground to cover. We can talk just as well with you unarmed.
Yul's dead. Aye, said Blacktoe suspiciously.
He offered Bethod a duel, didn't you hear? Feared done for him.
Feared.
Where have you been, under a mountain?
More or less.
What's this Feared? I don't know what he is.
Blacktoe leaned from his saddle and spat in the grass.
I heard he's not a man at all. They say that bitch Cowrib dug him out from under a hill. Who knows? Leastways, he's Bethod's new champion. And far nastier even than the last. No offense.
None at all, said Logan. The man with no neck had moved in close. Too close, perhaps. The point of his spear was hovering only a foot or 2 away. Close enough for Logan to grab a hold of. Maybe.
Old Man Yule was a strong hand. Aye, that's why we followed him. But it done him no good. His Feared broke him bad, like he was no more than a dog. Left him alive, if you could call it that, so we could learn from his mistake. But he didn't live long. Most of us knelt right then, those with wives and sons to think on. No sense in putting it off. There's a few of them still up in the mountains who won't bow to Bethod. That moon-worshipping madman Cromacky Fail and his hillmen, and a few beside, but not many. And those there are, Bethod's got plans for.
Black Toe held out a big, calloused hand. Better let me have the blade, Bloody Knight. Left hand only, if you please. Slow as slow, and none of your tricks. Better all round. So that was it. Out of time. Logan wrapped the 3 fingers of his left hand round the hilt of his sword, the cold metal pressing into his palm. The big man's spear point edged a little closer. The tall one had relaxed a little, confident they had it. His spear was pointing up into the air, unready. There was no telling what the 2 behind were doing. The desire to glance over his shoulder was almost irresistible, but Logan forced himself to look ahead. I always had respect for you, Nine Fingers. Even though we stood on different sides, I've no feud with you. But Bethod wants vengeance. He's drunk on it. And I swore to serve. Black Toe looked him sadly in the eye. I'm sorry it's me, for what it's worth. Likewise, muttered Logan. I'm sorry it's you. He slid the sword slowly from the scabbard. For what it's worth, and he snapped his arm out, smashing the sword's pommel into Black Toe's mouth. The old warrior gave a squawk as the dull metal crunched into his teeth and tumbled backwards out of the saddle, his axe flying from his hand and clattering into the road. Logan grabbed hold of the shaft of the big man's spear just below the blade. Go! He bellowed at Quai, but the apprentice only stared back, blinking. The man with no neck pulled hard.
Long into the season of the Scion, Tyria is revived again. Over the bones of the bird of prey, the fire is put out and the diabolic gathering is closed off once again. The Flameseeker prophecies are now complete. The door of Kamali is closed, and the Titans are once again safely locked away behind it. You have saved Tyria, but now you must also save yourselves. The volcano is about to erupt. There is a ship in the dock, just inside the Mersat stronghold. Unless you wish to suffer the same fate as Vizier Kilbron, then I suggest you make a run for it. Your deeds have earned you a place among the heroes of legend. Let us hope today is not the day your spirit joins those ensconced in the hall.
Still watching. This is the end of the first campaign. To the main. How's it going?
Never anger a Norn.
Welcome.